Chapter 1511 Zi Xuan. Chapter 1511 Zi Xuan 1511 Zi Xuan. Upon Tian Qiyuan's request to learn more about her, Zi Xuan did not hesitate to reveal everything about herself to him, including personal information that one usually wouldn't reveal even to their loved ones. I enjoy reading scriptures every now and then, and my hobby is collecting swords. I haven't eaten anything in the last 100 years, but if I were to eat something right now, it would be a spicy dish. I like swords, and there are too many things I dislike to list, but if I had to name a few, it would be pesky people and men who only think with their lower swords. I don't mind perverted men, as I am quite perverted myself, but there's a difference between lustful and being lecherous. When I'm feeling lustful, I like to use the swords in my collection to relieve myself. By the way, your swords are the best. They make me go crazy, something other swords cannot replicate. Behind his mask, Tian Qiyuan's eyes widened in surprise, his disbelief evident. Was she toying with him, or was she genuinely like this? He had always known Zi Xuan to be eccentric, but this was a whole new level. He cleared his throat and said, why don't you tell me about your background? How did you grow up and become the person you are today? Zi Xuan pondered for a moment before responding, I was born in the Unrivaled Nine-Sword sect. My mother was a sect elder, so I spent the majority of my life there. I touched my first sword when I was 1 year old and started training with one when I was only 5 years old. I learned sword aura 10 years later, enhanced sword aura after another 100 years, and attained sword body at 3,000 years old. I became an official disciple of the Unrivaled Nine-Sword sect at 10 years old and was promoted to inner disciple 3 years later. On my 18th birthday, I became a core disciple. 10 years later, I became a sect elder. After another 50 years, I replaced one of the 9 unrivaled swords by defeating him in an official match. Since then, I began working toward a level that surpasses enhanced sword aura. It took 100,000 years, but I've managed to achieve just that, and I named it Supreme Sword Aura. Oh, I started collecting swords when I was 16 years old. Tian Qiyuan listened to her history with interest. This was his first time encountering someone as talented as Zi Xuan when it came to the sword. To achieve a sword body at 2,000 years old was incredibly gifted, a talent seen once every 100 million years. After telling him her entire life story, Zi Xuan suddenly stood up and asked, Want to see my sword collection? It's mostly your swords, though. Sure, it would help me understand your taste for swords a little more. Tian Qiyuan nodded and followed her to the collection. Sometime later, they arrived before a sealed door. I called this the Sword Vault, and once again, you're the first person besides myself to see it. Zi Xuan removed the seal and opened the door, revealing the room on the other side. The room was huge, taking up most of the building, but fewer than 100 swords were on display, even though it could easily hold hundreds of thousands. This room used to be more crowded, but as you saw, they're all outside now. Zi Xuan said. Tian Qiyuan took a quick look at the swords with his divine sense. There were 79 swords on display, with 69 of them being his own creation. You've managed to collect 69 out of the 90 treasures I've sold to the public? Tian Qiyuan marveled at her unwavering dedication and extraordinary collection. To obtain even a single treasure crafted by his hand was a formidable feat, yet she had amassed 69 of them as a single individual. He was aware of the high cost of his treasures, but he couldn't fathom the extent of resources she must have sacrificed to acquire these 69 weapons. I never thought I would collect weapons that were not swords, but your creations changed me, Zi Xuan said as she caressed a blue-bladed dagger with her slender fingers. While some blacksmiths specialize in a single type of weapon since it's much easier to advance in their career, a true master crafts all kinds of weapons with equal excellence. Tian Qiyuan crafted every type of weapon, but his favorite was the sword. Thus, half of his creations were swords. Zi Xuan walked over to a particular sword on display and said, This is the first of your creations that appeared in public, and it's the sword that changed my life. It was a mere spirit-grade sword, but it was just as flawless as the Violet Dream in terms of quality and could easily be mistaken as a heaven grade. even divine-grade treasure. When I first laid eyes on this sword, it made me feel emotions that I didn't know existed in me, and I knew I had to acquire it. She grabbed the sword off the display and handed it to Tian Qiyuan. If you don't mind, can you hold it for me? I want to see it with its creator. Tian Qiyuan accepted her request and held the sword in his hand. Instantly, the sword began exuding an aura that had never manifested for anyone else, not even Zi Xuan. This left Zi Xuan bewildered. Ah, she muttered in a trembling voice, her body shaking in excitement. I have tried, but I could never imagine it being any more perfect than it already is. But now, with it in your hands, this is true perfection. Zi Xuan exclaimed with a crazed expression on her face, as if a switch had been flipped inside her. She approached him and grabbed his hands. I was only 99% convinced you were the real Exalted Blacksmith, but I am now 100% convinced. Chapter 15:12 Unrivaled Sword Art. Chapter 15:12 Unrivaled Sword Art. 15:12 Unrivaled Sword Art. You weren't certain I was the real deal? What if I had been an imposter? Tian Qiyuan asked her out of curiosity. Hearing this question, Zi Xuan's expression darkened, looking incredibly grim, and she responded in a chilling voice. If you had dared to impersonate the Exalted Blacksmith, then I would have tortured you until the end of time. Her gaze exuded real, killing intent that sent shivers down Tian Qiyuan's body. All right, then, let's take a look at your swordsmanship now, he said a moment later. Zi Xuan nodded her head and said, let's go outside. Before leaving the vault, Zi Xuan took the spirit-grade sword with her. Once they were outside, Zi Xuan brought him to the empty field behind the building. I will now perform my main sword technique, Unrivaled Sword Arts. It consists of 9 stages, each several times stronger than the last. Instead of wielding a powerful sword like the Violet Dream, Zi Xuan opted to use the spirit-grade sword for her performance. She was more comfortable with it due to spending countless hours with it, allowing her to display her best abilities. Unrivaled Sword Art. First stage, Unrivaled Spirit. Zi Xuan then gave Tian Qiyuan a sword performance that could only be described as flawless, even otherworldly. Each movement was precise and fluid, flowing as naturally as water in a river, without a trace of hesitation or stiffness. After watching her otherworldly performance, Tian Qiyuan fully understood why people called her the Sword Goddess. Sometime later, Zi Xuan stopped after the 3rd stage and asked him, are you able to understand my swordsmanship? Once a swordsman attains a certain level of mastery, their movements transcend ordinary understanding, and this effect intensifies as the individual's skill level increases. Since Tian Qiyuan was mainly a blacksmith, Zi Xuan was worried that he lacked the ability to understand her swordsmanship, which would hinder his ability to craft a suitable sword that matched her abilities. Tian Qiyuan could tell what was on Zi Xuan's mind based on the worried frown on her face, and he said, don't worry, I can understand your swordsmanship. I may be a blacksmith, but I am also a sword master. In order to create a weapon, I believe you must understand the weapon itself first, and what better way to understand a weapon than to master it? Some of Zi Xuan's worries went away after hearing his words, but there was still some doubt in her heart. After all, to fully comprehend her swordsmanship, Tian Qiyuan would need to be near her level or even surpass it, which was very unlikely. However, she didn't say anything else and continued her performance. This is the 4th stage, Unrivaled Earth. Then the 5th stage, Unrivaled Heaven. The 6th stage, Unrivaled Divine. The 7th stage, Unrivaled Saint. She stopped after the 7th stage to look at Tian Qiyuan again. Are you still following? Yes, 100%. Despite her profound respect for him, she couldn't bring herself to believe his words. Not even the other 8 unrivaled swords could claim with such certainty that they comprehended the 7th stage of her swordsmanship. Seeing the doubt on her face, Tian Qiyuan said, just keep going. It'll prove to you that I am capable of understanding your swordsmanship later. Zi Xuan silently nodded and proceeded to perform the 8th stage. Unrivaled Void. Finally, the last stage. This is the 9th stage, Unrivaled Sword God. There was a saying in the Unrivaled Nine-Sword sect. Mastering the ninth stage of their technique would inevitably make one a sword god. And within the entire sect, only Zi Xuan has managed to reach such a level. It was widely known within their sect that Zi Xuan surpassed even the sect master in power. However, she had no desire to shoulder the responsibilities of leadership, and thus, she chose not to ascend to the position, remaining as a guardian of the sect. As Zi Xuan commenced the final stage, the atmosphere in their secluded world shifted, and the very air trembled in awe. If Zi Xuan had infused her spiritual energy in her swordsmanship, their world would have been destroyed long before she could even reach the 5th stage, much less the 9th stage. "What do you think?" Zi Xuan asked him afterward while being slightly out of breath. Qiyuan nodded. "It was amazing. Are you saying that because you couldn't comprehend it, or?" Qiyuan smiled and gestured for the sword. "As promised, I will now prove to you that I am fully capable of understanding your swordsmanship." Zi Xuan handed him the sword and asked, "What are you going to do?" "You'll see in just a moment. Please give me some space." Once Zi Xuan was far enough, Qiyuan closed his eyes and recalled Zi Xuan's performance with the unrivaled sword art. After a moment of silence, he started moving his body and performing the unrivaled sword art. Zi Xuan's eyes widened in shock as she watched Qiyuan flawlessly replicate her sect's most revered and challenging sword technique. However, as impressive as it seemed at a glance, anyone with enough experience could replicate the first 3 stages of the technique. A few minutes later, Qiyuan began performing the 4th stage. His movements were just as impeccable as if he was still doing the 1st stage, leaving Zi Xuan speechless. However, little did she know that was just the beginning. After performing the 4th stage, Qiyuan went on to the 5th stage and then the 6th stage. Even more remarkable than his effortless replication of the sword technique was Qiyuan's seamless performance, flawlessly executing each stage without the slightest pause, almost as if had practiced the sword technique for thousands of years. As Qiyuan reached the 9th stage of the sword technique, Zi Xuan fell back in shock, her expression mirroring disbelief as if she had seen a ghost. "I am impossible," she uttered in a terrified voice, and she began doubting whether she was a true sword prodigy or a fake one. Chapter 1513 Exalted Blacksmith Store. Chapter 1513 Exalted Blacksmith Store. 1513 Exalted Blacksmith Store. "You! What the hell are you?" Zi Xuan stared at Qiyuan with her eyes as wide as saucers. It'd taken her thousands of years to master the unrivaled sword arts. Yet, it only took a glance for Qiyuan to master the sword technique completely. She has never heard of anything like this before, much less witnessing it with her own eyes. "Are you secretly a disciple of our unrivaled 9 Swords sect?" she asked with a suspicious look on her face. If he were truly a disciple of her sect, it would explain his knowledge of the unrivaled sword arts. However, even within her sect, fewer than 5 individuals had learned all 9 stages, and she was the only one to master all 9 stages. So, how could he flawlessly execute all 9 stages? "No, I'm not a disciple of the unrivaled 9 Swords sect." "Then are you telling me that you actually learned the technique on the spot after watching me perform it once? Do you really expect me to believe such a thing?" "I don't expect you to believe me, but that's the truth. Anyways, have I cleared your doubt about my ability to comprehend your swordsmanship? Don't try to change the subject. Only disciples of the unrivaled 9 Swords sect are allowed to learn the sword technique. If they learn that an outsider has managed to do so, they'll hunt you down. That's only if they learn it, right? You're the only one who knows about it, so unless you tell them, I will be safe. Moreover, I learned the technique from watching you, who willingly showed it to me. So you also bear some responsibility." That's... Zi Xuan was left speechless by his argument. In fact, even if she knew that he had the capability to learn the technique beforehand, she would still be willing to perform the sword technique for him for the sake of her sword. She sighed in a defeated manner and said, "You're right. Since you learned the sword technique from me, I am technically responsible for it. Anyway, I have no intention of revealing this to my sect, so you do your job and don't go around flaunting it." Tian Qiyuan smiled and said, "I have no interest in the unrivaled sword arts. I have my own sword technique. Anyway, I have a good understanding of your capabilities, and I already have an image of what kind of sword I will be making for you. I just need some time to think about it." "Will it take long?" she asked. "No, it'll be done in a few days." "Okay, then I'll begin now." He sat on the ground and closed his eyes. It looked like he was cultivating, but he was actually forging Zi Xuan's sword inside his mind, and he was doing it more than once. To craft the perfect sword for her, Tian Qiyuan needed to experiment with various materials and combinations. A blacksmith of his caliber possesses the ability to forge treasures within their mind as vividly as if they were doing it in reality. This extraordinary skill allows them to save both resources and time. Time passed in the blink of an eye for Tian Qiyuan. As for Zi Xuan, she sat right in front of him and stared at him the entire time. A few days later, when Tian Qiyuan opened his eyes, he was startled by Zi Xuan, whose face was so close to his mask that they were almost touching. I am finished," he said in a somewhat stiff voice. Realizing that had finished, Zi Xuan calmly distanced herself from him and asked, "Why are you hiding your identity? I like peace and freedom. If the world knows my face, I will never be able to walk in public without being stopped by people," he calmly said. "A fair reason. Anyway, I know exactly what kind of sword I'll make for you." He proceeded to write down a list of materials needed for the sword and handed it to her. "How long do you think it'll take you to collect them?" he asked. Zi Xuan looked at the list with a pondering face. After a moment of silence, she said, "It shouldn't take too long. I already have half of these materials. I can probably acquire the other half in a few months. Then it'll return to the place that I came in here from exactly 1 year from now." "Okay, what are you going to do in the meantime?" "What a blacksmith typically does, make things." Tian Qiyuan left Zi Xuan's world shortly after and disappeared from the world for an entire year. News of the Exalted blacksmith accepting commissions spread throughout the 9 heavens after the auction house. Many people wanted to request a commission immediately, but all of them quickly came to the same realization that stopped them from doing so. How the hell do we contact the Exalted blacksmith when we don't even know his identity or where to find him? Indeed, Tian Qiyuan had departed the auction house so quickly that he forgot to mention the store he had opened in the 8th heaven, where he would be accepting requests. Tian Qiyuan found it weird that nobody approached him even though many months had passed, and he was beginning to doubt his own popularity. I forgot to tell them about this store. He suddenly came to this realization one day. Upon realizing his mistake, he immediately began spreading information about his store. Not even half a day after he began spreading the news, experts from around the world flocked to his store like hungry pigeons. His store was situated in the middle of nowhere, standing alone in an open, empty grassland. It was almost impossible to miss once someone entered its vicinity, but without knowledge of its existence, nobody would go out of their way to visit such a desolate place. However, once news of his store spread, the once empty grassland quickly became crowded with people. Chapter 1514, The Pinnacle of Swords. Chapter 1514, The Pinnacle of Swords. 1514, The Pinnacle of Swords. Before people arrived at his store, Tian Qiyuan created a large sign that read, "Those who have my desired materials may enter the store immediately. Those who do not have priority must wait outside until their number is called." There are jade slips with numbers on it beside this sign. Take the number in the front and wait for your turn. I will have at most 10 customers at a time, excluding those with priority and with my desired materials. Every customer will only be allowed 1 commission request in their lifetime. Fighting is not allowed near the store, or you will be put on the blacklist. Those on the blacklist will not be able to receive my service. Those with a jade slip may sell their slot, but others are prohibited from threatening those with a jade slip to sell. If you pressure or force someone to sell their jade slip, you will be put on the blacklist. When the first customer arrived, he grabbed the jade slip, that red one, and waited for his turn. Seconds later, another individual showed up. In less than 1 minute, all 10 jade slips had been acquired with the people who came after feeling dejected. However, they didn't immediately leave and try to purchase the jade slip from those who had one. Unsurprisingly, none of the 10 individuals with a slot were willing to sell it, so the others quickly gave up and waited for the next day's slots. Tian Qiyuan waited half a day for someone with his desired materials to show up. When nobody did, he called in the first customer. "What kind of weapon do you want?" Tian Qiyuan asked. "I would like a spear. Do you have a specific design in mind? What about its grade and quality?" "I do. It's right here. How much would it cost for one at the peak quality ancient grade?" After taking a look at the design, Tian Qiyuan gave the man an estimate of the price. "I understand. I have the money and materials right here. When will you begin the commission?" "I will start right now. You can expect the spear to be ready in an hour." "That fast?" The man almost couldn't believe his ears. Most blacksmiths would require months of work to craft an ancient-grade weapon. After all, "Yes, it'll be done in an hour," Tian Qiyuan reaffirmed. The man nodded and left the store, which consisted of one small reception room and the rest being a smithy. An hour later, Tian Qiyuan called the man back into the store and showed him the finished product. "Amazing!" The man was at a loss for words. "See, can I touch it?" he then asked. "That depends. Do you accept this result? If you do, you'll need to pay the full amount before you can have it." "I accept." The man retrieved the rest of the payment and handed it to Tian Qiyuan. "It's all yours." Tian Qiyuan gestured at the beautiful red spear. The man grabbed the spear with trembling hands and muttered, "This is exactly what I envisioned." "No, it's even better than I imagined." Tian Qiyuan then said, "It doesn't have a name yet, and that will be your responsibility." After completing his first commission, Tian Qiyuan walked outside and showed everyone the jade slip with the number 1 in his grasp and said, "If you want this, you can go get it." He proceeded to flick the jade slip, shooting it into the distance. Those who reacted the fastest were the first to chase after it, with the others following behind, quickly emptying the place beside the other 9 already with a jade slip. "Number 2, you may follow me inside," Tian Qiyuan said a moment later. Over the next several months, Tian Qiyuan focused on his commissions, amassing a tremendous amount of wealth. He also accepted several priority commissions from those who offered him the material that he was looking for. Once a year had passed since his meeting with Zi Xuan, Tian Qiyuan closed the store down temporarily. "If you already have a jade slip, you can keep it with you until I reopen the store." Tian Qiyuan disappeared after saying these words. He made his way to the same location as last time and waited for Zi Xuan to invite him to her world. Zi Xuan showed up shortly after his arrival, but she looked a little grumpy for some reason. "Is something wrong?" He asked her. "I thought I would be your first, but you ended up creating other treasures before mine even started," she said, displeased that she wasn't the first to have a custom weapon by him. "While I didn't complete your sword first, you are still my first customer, and your sword was my first custom design, so it's still technically my first custom creation," he said. Zi Xuan fell silent when she couldn't argue with his logic, eventually bringing him into her world. "Here are all of the materials you requested." Zi Xuan pointed at the materials neatly placed outside her living quarters. "Where are you going to make the weapon?" "For mystic-grade treasures, I have to do it inside my world," he said. "Oh, do you think I can come watch?" she asked out of curiosity, but she was prepared to be refused. Tian Qiyuan did not immediately respond and pondered for a moment. Seeing this as an opportunity, Zi Xuan quickly continued, "I actually have another material that was on your list. They'll give it to you for free if you let me watch." "All right, they'll let you watch." Tian Qiyuan nodded. "Why are you collecting so many precious materials anyway?" "Since you are my first customer, I'll tell you." Tian Qiyuan smiled behind his mask and said, "I am planning on creating a masterpiece, a sword that surpasses even celestial-grade treasures. The pinnacle of all swords." The pinnacle of all swords. Zi Xuan swallowed nervously as she stared at him with a dazed expression on her face. Chapter 15 Tian Qiyuan's World. Chapter 15:15 Tian Qiyuan's World 15:15 Tian Qiyuan's World. As a sword enthusiast, the mere mention of Tian Qiyuan's plan to craft the Pinnacle of Swords sent a thrill through Zi Xuan, igniting a spark of excitement in her. The fact that she was essentially giving him the resources to craft the weapon made it seem like she contributed to the creation of the sword. Ah, I'm wet, she thought to herself with a euphoria expression on her face. Tian Qiyuan ignored the weird expression on Zi Xuan's face and collected the materials. I'm going to return to my world right now, but I won't begin the smithing for a few more days, he said afterward. They'll follow you there, she snapped out of it and said. Okay. They left Zi Xuan's world shortly after. A few days later, Tian Qiyuan arrived at the entrance to his world, which was located near a river in the middle of a mountain valley. Tian Qiyuan's world consisted of 3 areas. The first one to enter Zi Xuan's view was a floating island that had a majestic golden mountain and a golden waterfall. The next appeared to be a floating island with a volcano that appeared ordinary at a glance. But when Zi Xuan tried to take a deep look into it, she found an unfathomable existence living within. Unfortunately, this presence was too powerful for even an expert like Zi Xuan to perceive fully. Not wanting to offend such a formidable entity, she immediately withdrew her divine sense the moment she became aware of its existence. The third area was a simple floating island with 2 buildings. One appeared to be his living quarters, and the other a smithy. You're the first human ever to visit this place, Tian Qiyuan suddenly said to her. The first human? Zi Xuan glanced at the volcano. Do you want a tour of the place while we're here? He suddenly asked. Sure. Tian Qiyuan proceeded to lead Zi Xuan to the golden mountain with the waterfall and said, This entire mountain is made of primordial gold, and the water is all liquid from the golden celestial tree that you see growing around the river. Sure enough, dozens of golden celestial trees were growing along the river, each of them at least 1,000,000 years old. A single golden celestial tree could sell for the price of several mystic-grade treasures. This is the first time I've seen so many golden celestial trees in one place. Zi Xuan swallowed nervously at the marvelous sight. However, they still weren't as impressive as the golden mountain that was completely made of primordial gold. Primordial gold was more valuable than Empyrean gold, and a small fist-sized chuck could easily sell for the price of a mystic-grade treasure. Yet, there was a whole mountain of it in Tian Qiyuan's world. Why do you need so much primordial gold and golden celestial tree? Zi Xuan asked him out of curiosity. They'll be using most of it for my masterpiece, he calmly said. And most of it. You can easily craft a dozen celestial-grade treasures with this much material, she exclaimed in shock. Even if it can craft 100 celestial-grade treasures, it wouldn't be able to compare to my masterpiece. Tian Qiyuan said in a confident tone. Just what kind of sword are you trying to craft? Do you intend on slaying gods or something? Zi Xuan shook her head. Since she didn't have any idea what kind of sword he was creating, she couldn't help but consider it a waste of resources. Let's head to the next island. By the way, I call this place the Golden Valley. Tian Qiyuan led her to the second island with the volcano, but he didn't enter its territory and merely inspected it from outside. You should have already noticed its existence by now, but I do not live in this world alone. My companion isn't human, either. It resides inside the mountain, where all sorts of precious ores and jewelry can be found, especially those that grow in extremely hot conditions. What kind of entity lives here? Since it can withstand the immense heat in this place, it's most likely a yang element beast, right? Zi Xuan inquired. Indeed, it's a yang element beast. I would introduce you now, but it only comes out when I work on profound treasures that require unique flames. That said, you'll meet it once I begin working on your sword. It even assists you with your creation. I cannot imagine what kind of beast has the capabilities to do that. With that said, Zi Xuan could think of one entity that could produce flames, but it seemed so far-fetched that she didn't even consider it possible and quickly tossed that thought aside. Since he didn't want to disturb the entity any longer, Tian Qiyuan led Zi Xuan to the final island. Omicron M, this is my living quarter, and the other building is my workshop, Tian Qiyuan said. confirming Zi Xuan's speculations earlier. He invited her into his living quarters and served her tea. As she sipped on the tea, Zi Xuan's eyes remained fixated on Tian Qiyuan's mask. When her curiosity could no longer be contained, she asked him, "Would you be willing to show me your face? I promise I won't tell anyone. I can even swear on my soul if that would reassure you." Without waiting for Tian Qiyuan's response, Zi Xuan raised her hand and swore, "With heaven as my witness, I swear upon my soul that I would not reveal your identity to anyone you don't want me to." "You didn't have to do that. I would have shown you my face even without needing the oath, but it does make it more easy for me to reveal my face." Tian Qiyuan wasn't worried that she might recognize him because his true identity, besides being the Exalted Blacksmith, was a nobody who belonged to no background. He removed his mask the following moment, revealing his handsome face to Zi Xuan. Chapter 15:16 Vulgar Presence. Chapter 15:16 Vulgar Presence. 15:16 Vulgar Presence. "You're much more handsome than I expected," Zi Xuan muttered in a dazed voice as she stared at Tian Qiyuan's handsome face. She had braced herself in case Tian Qiyuan had an ugly face because he always wore a mask. Even though he claimed that it was because he didn't want to be recognized in public, there was no way to really tell if he was being truthful. However, after seeing his handsome facial features, Zi Xuan no longer doubted his claims of wanting to remain anonymous. In fact, he was so handsome that Zi Xuan subconsciously reached for his face, gently caressing his cheeks. Tian Qiyuan would have been able to avoid it if it was a surprise attack, but Zi Xuan's actions were so random that he simply froze from bewilderment, which allowed her to caress his cheeks. "Ah, sorry. My hands moved on its own just now." Zi Xuan quickly pulled back her hand once she realized what she was doing and slightly blushed. Tian Qiyuan chuckled and responded in a joking manner, "It's fine. I don't blame you, as I am very handsome, after all." He continued, "Anyway, you'll be spending the next several days preparing the materials, so until then, make yourself at home. To ensure the process goes as smoothly as possible, all of the materials are typically refined or combined before the weapon crafting begins. You don't mind me taking a look around? Aren't you worried that I might steal from you?" Zi Xuan asked. He chuckled at her words and said, "Unless you want to provoke my neighbor, I don't see why you would do such a thing." Zi Xuan's gaze shifted to the volcano and smiled. "Then I'll have some fun in your living quarters." Zi Xuan entered his living quarters the next moment while Tian Qiyuan immediately began refining the materials. Upon entering Tian Qiyuan's home, Zi Xuan immediately began exploring the place. It was a simple home with 4 rooms. There was a bathroom, a kitchen, a living room, and a bedroom. The atmosphere resembled that of a mortal home, since immortal cultivators did not need to use the bathroom or eat. The living room was simply furnished with a leather chair, framed displays on the walls showcasing precious materials that even Zi Xuan did not recognize, and a fireplace. The bathroom and kitchen looked ordinary. Zi Xuan visited Tian Qiyuan's bedroom last. Once she was inside, she took a deep breath through her nose and mouth at the same time. She kept the air in her lungs for a long moment before breathing out again. "What a wonderful smell," Zi Xuan muttered as she focused her gaze on the bed in the corner. Then, without hesitation, she jumped on the bed and started rolling around like some kind of bug. "Oh, why am I so attracted to him? Is it because he can craft amazing swords? No, there's something more to him, but I cannot pinpoint it." Zi Xuan's excitement continued to rise as she lay on his bed. Eventually, she could no longer control herself and reached underneath her clothes and started playing with herself. Meanwhile, Tian Qiyuan was completely focused on the materials and did not even bother to check on Zi Xuan. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Once he was finished with the preparations, Tian Qiyuan went inside his home to call Zi Xuan. He quickly found her sleeping peacefully on his bed with a satisfied expression on her face. There was also a unique smell in the air that he did not recognize. Tian Qiyuan went to wake her up after staring at the sleeping beauty for a brief moment. Zi Xuan slowly opened her eyes to see Tian Qiyuan standing before her. "Are we going for another round?" She muttered in a dazed voice, almost as if she believed that she was still dreaming. Another round of what? Qiyuan asked with raised eyebrows. Zi Xuan quickly realized that she was no longer dreaming and swiftly sat up. Nothing, she responded in a stiff voice. I'm going to start crafting the weapon now. So, come with me, he then said. Omicron Zi Xuan nodded and fixed her robes before following him outside. She thought they were going to enter the smithy, but Qiyuan went behind it, where a gold anvil was located. We'll be doing it out here, since we'll be using unique flames, he said. For your safety, please watch from outside the island. Zi Xuan nodded and flew away, stopping right outside the island. Qiyuan proceeded to remove the upper part of his robes, revealing his otherworldly physique that had been refined to perfection. Zi Xuan nearly began drooling upon seeing his bare upper body. Feng, Qiyuan suddenly called out. Zi Xuan's expression immediately stiffened when the unfathomable presence she sensed from the volcano returned. She turned to gaze at the island just as the volcano erupted. From the fiery chaos, a colossal figure emerged, its flaming wings unfurling to shroud half the sky. A phoenix? Zi Xuan cried out loud. She had initially speculated the beast to be a phoenix when she first heard about it, but the likelihood of a phoenix collaborating with a human seemed so improbable that she dismissed it as a mistake. What kind of phoenix is it? I have seen phoenixes before, but none of them were covered in golden flames like this one. Its presence is also incomparably stronger. Zi Xuan pondered inwardly as the phoenix flew to Qiyuan, hovering above the entire island like a roof. They'll be relying on you again for the next few days, Feng, Qiyuan said. The phoenix did not respond, its gaze fixed intently on Zi Xuan. Zi Xuan's entire being trembled upon, sensing its stare. She had a feeling that she was not being regarded favorably. You are dirtying our sacred home with your vulgar presence, human. A cold voice suddenly resounded in Zi Xuan's head. It was undoubtedly the phoenix's voice, but Zi Xuan could not respond. She feared that it might obliterate her if she did. Chapter 15:17 Feng. Chapter 15:17 Feng. 15:17 Feng. Not only did you disturb my slumber, you even dared to dirty his room with your filthy bodily fluid. I should turn you into roasted meat. The phoenix continued, even threatening to kill her. Zi Xuan eventually snapped out of her daze and gritted her teeth before responding, as if a beast would understand human love. Once we become lovers, I will dirty his room with my bodily fluid every day. The phoenix's golden flames suddenly flared up, turning it into a bright sun that colored the entire world golden. You and I cannot coexist. One of us will perish today, and it will be you. It screamed in a chilling voice, causing the entire world to tremble. Seeing this, Qiyuan spoke up. Don't be rude to our guest, Feng. After a moment of silence, the phoenix slowly calmed down. Yet, Zi Xuan could still feel its killing intent being directed at her. Feng. Qiyuan called her out again. Oomph. The phoenix eventually stopped caring about Zi Xuan. Zi Xuan's entire back was soaked in sweat after her confrontation with the phoenix. Seeing her nervous expression, Qiyuan said, Her name's Feng Tianru, but I call her Feng since it has a nice ring to it. She was just a baby phoenix when I first found her, and she was injured, so I treated her. Since then, she's been following me like a pet. I think we were destined to meet. Don't call me a pet. Feng Tianru shouted at him. As you have experienced yourself, her temper is as fiery as her body of flames. Qiyuan chuckled. Anyway, enough chit-chat. There's a lot of work to be done. Feng, let's get started. Qiyuan walked to the anvil before using Qi manifestation to place one of the materials on it. He retrieved a black and golden hammer and said, Whenever you're ready. A few moments later, Feng Tianru flapped her wings, spewing a waterfall of golden flames not just on the anvil, but on Qiyuan's figure as well, engulfing him in flames. What the foo? Zi Xuan's heart nearly jumped out of her chest when she saw this scene. However, She quickly realized that Tian Qiyuan was unharmed when she started hearing the sound of a hammer striking metal. Clang, clang, clang. A rhythmic sound filled the world with ripples appearing after every sound. Before Zi Xuan realized it, her heartbeat had synchronized with the rhythm of Tian Qiyuan's hammering, filling her very existence with a sense of harmony. Feng Tianru continued to shower Tian Qiyuan and the Anvil with golden flames. A few hours later, Tian Qiyuan moved another material to the anvil without stopping his hammer even a split second. 10 hours, 20 hours, 50 hours. Zi Xuan stood transfixed, her eyes glued to Tian Qiyuan's handsome figure, her heart swelling with a sense of wonder as the hours ticked by. 7 days passed in a blur, and the sound of metal being hammered never stopped. Not even for a second. You can stop now, Tian Qiyuan said to Feng Tianru, who immediately stopped producing flames for the first time in 7 days. Once the flames dispersed and Tian Qiyuan's figure emerged, his entire body was drenched in sweat, but there was not a single injury on his body. In fact, his physique looked even better than before. He turned to look at Zi Xuan, who looked like she was on the verge of lunging at him like a rabbit in heat. If it weren't for Feng Tianru's presence that kept her sanity in check, she would have definitely defiled every inch of his body. Your sword is done. Tian Qiyuan extended the sword in her direction, its gleaming blade held steady in his hand. Zi Xuan hastened to his side, her eyes flickering at the sight of the weapon as she hesitated, reluctant to touch it, her gaze lingering on its beauty. The sword radiated an aura of a peak-quality mystic-grade treasure, but its aura was so intense that Zi Xuan initially believed it to be an Empyrean-grade treasure. Its potency was so overwhelming that it eclipsed her usually sharp senses. This sword will increase the potency of all your sword techniques, especially the unrivaled sword art. Its blade was forged with naturally poisonous materials. While it won't kill your opponent, it will paralyze them, and depending on their cultivation, it may be indefinite. It's also incredibly durable, near indestructible. Only a peak-quality celestial-grade treasure would be able to damage it, and even that requires tremendous effort. Go ahead and give it a few swings. Zi Xuan's eyes locked onto the sword as she nodded, her hands moving with precision as she began performing the first 3 stages of the unrivaled sword art. The moment she did, she felt a profound improvement in her technique, as if the sword's energy had awakened a deeper connection within her, and her movements became more fluid and effortless than she had ever imagined possible. The sensation was so intoxicating that Zi Xuan found herself unable to stop. Her fingers moved with a life of their own as she seamlessly transitioned from the 3rd stage to the next, each subsequent step revealing a deeper understanding of the technique, as if the sword was guiding her through the motions, her proficiency growing with each passing moment. Once she finished her performance, Zi Xuan's gaze remained fixated on the sword, seemingly unable to take her eyes off it. What do you think? Do you like it? Tian Qiyuan suddenly asked. Zi Xuan finally stopped looking at the sword and shifted her gaze to him. With a beautiful smile, she nodded her head and said, I love it. Then I will mark this commission fulfilled. Zi Xuan retrieved the rare materials he wanted and gave them to him as payment. What else from the list are you missing? She asked. He showed her the list and said, This many. All right, I'll help you find them for more swords. You want more already? Am I not allowed to have more? She raised an eyebrow. You can request as many commissions as you want as long as you bring me one of the listed materials. Otherwise, I'm only creating one weapon for every individual. I understand. I was planning on doing that anyway, Zi Xuan said. Chapter 1518 Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic. Chapter 1518 Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic. 1518 Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic. After Zi Xuan left Tian Qiyuan's world, she returned to her sect with her new sword, which she named Heaven's Intoxication due to how every sword crafted by Tian Qiyuan inevitably makes her feel heated and dazed, almost as though she was intoxicated. The first thing she did when she returned to the unrivaled 9-sword sect was to test the sword on someone, so she challenged another unrivaled sword to a match. Despite the reluctance of the individual she chose to spar with, there was no room for refusal. The power and authority Zi Xuan commanded was undeniable, and he knew that she would not hesitate to attack him if he dared to refuse. Wait, what in heaven's name is that sword? Her opponent was immediately taken aback by the sword's overwhelming presence in Zi Xuan's grasp, a presence that seemed to radiate with a life of its own. Heaven's intoxication. It's my new favorite sword, she calmly said, ignoring the weird name. Where did you acquire such a marvelous treasure? Exalted Blacksmith, she replied, her voice carrying a sense of pride. Oh, I remember now. You won that auction a year ago with our sect's resources. Do you have any idea how much that hurt our finances? That amount could have supported our sect for another 150,000 years. The sect master would still cry, even at the slightest mention of it. Stop complaining. I only borrowed it, so I plan on paying it back. After all, it wouldn't truly be mine if I used another's wealth to buy it. Zi Xuan said in a nonchalant voice. And how do you plan on doing that? Even if you sold your body, it wouldn't cover half of the costs. I will be visiting the primordial chaos shortly to familiarize myself with heaven's intoxication by hunting chaotic beasts. The primordial chaos. That's reckless behavior, even by your standards. Do you have any idea how many God Ascension Realm cultivators perished in that place? You're worried about me? I don't need it. I'm worried that the debt you owe to the sect will disappear with your pointless death. That's none of your business. Anyway, let's get started. I have a lot of work to do. After another warning, Zi Xuan attacked her opponent. The fight was incredibly one-sided, with Zi Xuan dominating her opponent. Their spar lasted half as long as it typically does, and after the spar, Zi Xuan immediately left the sect to start earning money at the primordial chaos, one of the most dangerous places in the supreme heaven. Meanwhile, Qiyuan continued to accept commissions for the next decade. Once his fame had reached its peak and his reputation was unshakable, Qiyuan stopped accepting normal commissions and only accepted commissions from those who could provide him with rare materials. Although this sudden change upset many individuals, nobody dared complain, as it was already a miracle that he had accepted commissions from pretty much anybody with enough money for the last decade. In the last decade, Qiyuan managed to acquire 7 more of the materials he needed for his masterpiece. However, he still needed dozens of materials, and it could take hundreds, if not thousands, of years before he had enough material to finally craft his masterpiece. Zi Xuan returned to her sect after spending 50 years straight hunting chaotic beasts from the primordial chaos. With the number of chaotic beasts she slew, she acquired a tremendous amount of fortune from selling the chaotic beast materials. However, a majority of her earnings went to pay back her debt to the Unrivaled Nine-Sword sect. Then, with the rest of her money, she spent it on hiring scouts to search the 9 heavens for the materials Qiyuan needed. If the materials were available, she would have spent it on purchasing them directly, but Qiyuan could have done that already. Eventually, she found several individuals who had one of these materials, but none of them were for sale. Knowing that Qiyuan had tried and failed, Zi Xuan opted to acquire them through other means. Thus, the Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic, who hasn't appeared in over 50 years, started causing havoc around the 9 heavens once again. Fuck! Why are you doing this? Did the Exalted Blacksmith send you to rob me because I refused to sell it to him? One of her victims cried out loud. No, I'm doing this on my own accord because I find it ridiculous. The only thing ridiculous here is your existence. Why are you hogging the material even though you don't plan on using it? Frankly, it's a waste of resources. If you ask me, it should be given to the Exalted Blacksmith, who will refine them into their purest form and craft the most beautiful treasures out of it. This is a warning to the others. Either sell your materials and let them serve their purpose, or let me take them from you. I recommend the former since ITLL earn you some money at the very least. The Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic's warning would spread throughout the world like wildfire, terrifying the other collectors who had refused to sell their material. When Tian Qiyuan heard the news, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I don't know who this fanatic of mine is, but I truly appreciate it. While he wouldn't stoop to the level of theft, he had no issue with someone doing it for him as long as he didn't personally encourage it. He also agreed with the fanatic's words and believed that materials should serve their purpose instead of collecting dust. After another 20 years, Zi Xuan appeared before him with a material that was on his list. I'm here for my second sword. She greeted him with a wide smile. It only took a glance for Tian Qiyuan to immediately recognize the material she brought as one of the materials he had failed to purchase. So you're the Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic? Huh. He smiled after coming to this realization. Chapter 1519, Divine Blacksmith. Chapter 1519, Divine Blacksmith. 1519, Divine Blacksmith. Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic? Are you suggesting a connection between me and that enigmatic figure? What led you to such a conclusion? Zi Xuan swiftly retorted, her innocence a well-crafted facade. So you're not the Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic? How did you acquire that material, then? I can remember and identify any material I've seen once, and that piece of cold stellar iron was stolen from Gugumming a few years ago. Tian Qiyuan spoke in a calm voice. Is that so? I had no idea. I acquired this from the black market last month. So it was stolen by the Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic, huh? A fascinating revelation. But does it truly matter where it originated? It's in your possession now. Zi Xuan's words flowed as smoothly as her breath. Seeing how stubborn she was to keep her identity a secret, Tian Qiyuan no longer tried to expose her and said, You're right. It doesn't matter where it came from. Zi Xuan was slightly taken aback by how readily he accepted the situation. She was certain that he had a strict policy against accepting stolen materials, a rule that would have challenged her persuasive skills. But she was relieved that it wasn't the case. You're a lot more open-minded than I anticipated. I know many blacksmiths who would not craft anything with materials acquired through unethical means. She expressed her surprise. Would you rather I not accept the material, then? It's not like I don't have any standards or pride. I obviously won't steal anything myself, but how another individual acquires their material is none of my business. Of course, I'm not encouraging such actions, either. Moreover, how can one tell for sure their material wasn't acquired through unethical means? In the cultivation world, where the pursuit of power and longevity often led to questionable ethics, murder was a common occurrence. Given this, Tian Qiyuan's acceptance of the stolen material was hardly unusual. For him, it was just another aspect of the cutthroat world he lived in. Anyway, what kind of sword do you want this time? Tian Qiyuan asked. I don't know, so we'll let you decide. The same grade? How many materials would it take for you to craft an Empyrean grade treasure? She asked. Well, you'll need at least 5. However, I have yet to craft one, so you'll need to wait a little longer if you really want one. 5, huh? All right, I have 4 here. Zi Xuan retrieved 3 more materials. Naturally, all of them were stolen from their owners in the last few years. Let me guess you got them from the black market? Tian Qiyuan smiled at her nonchalant action. Yup. It was sold to me as a bundle. She calmly nodded with an innocent smile on her face. Give me 100 years. He'll become a divine blacksmith by then. Okay, he'll look for more materials in the meantime. Zi Xuan left shortly afterward. Although she wanted to stay a little longer, she didn't want to delay his promotion to divine blacksmith even for a second. After Zi Xuan left, Tian Qiyuan immediately began working toward Empyrean-grade treasures inside his world. Most blacksmiths struggle to advance to the next level due to a lack of materials. Crafting treasures requires a significant amount of resources, which can be expensive, especially high-grade treasures that require rare materials. Even recycling the materials afterward isn't enough to create something new, making it a major hurdle for those seeking to upgrade. However, Tian Qiyuan didn't have to worry about lacking rare resources since his world had an abundance of them. This is also how he managed to become a grand blacksmith in just a few thousand years, while most would take hundreds of thousands of years to reach that level. While Tian Qiyuan entered seclusion to focus on his craft, Zi Xuan returned to collecting materials for him as the Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic. Her existence has become such a menace that people form alliances and groups to hunt her down. However, Zi Xuan wasn't one of the strongest cultivators in the world for nothing. Even without revealing her true strength, she could easily deal with any adversaries. 100 years later, Tian Qiyuan emerged from his seclusion to auction off his newest creation and to let the world know of his advancements. Did you hear? The Exalted Blacksmith has finally created an Empyrean-grade treasure, officially becoming a divine blacksmith. Heavens, he's a divine blacksmith already? Had become a grand blacksmith not too long ago. How the hell is he progressing so fast? I call bullshit. There's no way that's possible. It's true. He's auctioning off his Empyrean-grade treasure as we're speaking. At the auction, Tian Qiyuan gave a quick speech before the battle, just like previously. Although I've managed to craft an Empyrean-grade treasure, I can only do swords at the moment, so I do not consider myself a real divine blacksmith just yet. I will wait until I can craft other weapons of similar quality before I dare claim that title. His humble demeanor left a favorable impression on many blacksmiths, including the divine blacksmiths out there. And once again, I will accept a personal commission from the winner of this auction. Omicron M. Once Tian Qiyuan left, the auction began shortly after. The auction for the Empyrean-grade treasure was a frenzied mess, even more chaotic than the last Mystic-grade auction. Sure enough, Zi Xuan was at this auction as well. Unfortunately, there were too many powerhouses present in this auction, and she was unable to win this auction due to a lack of funds. While she had managed to win the last auction, it was mostly due to the treasure being mere Mystic grade, and most of the truly wealthy bidders already possessed Empyrean grade and above treasures, so they weren't as willing as her to spend a fortune on it. In the end, the ancestor of the Holy Sword Monastery won the bid. Zi Xuan was frustrated that she lost, but she did not despair, as there were opportunities to acquire it in the future. Chapter 1520 Advancing Grades. Chapter 1520 Advancing Grades. 1520 Advancing Grades. After the auction ended, Tian Qiyuan had a quick meeting with the ancestor of the Holy Sword Monastery, a powerhouse that rivals the Unrivaled Nine-Sword sect and may even surpass it slightly. The ancestor was a handsome young man with cultivation at the 8th level of the God Ascension realm. Despite his young appearance, his eyes were filled with ancient wisdom acquired over hundreds of thousands of years. It's a pleasure to meet you, Exalted Blacksmith. I am the ancestor of the Holy Sword Monastery, Sheng Qiu. We may have never met before, but you've crafted a sword for one of my disciples. When I saw his sword, I knew that I had to get one for myself sooner or later. I am honored to have someone as revered as you to take interest in my humble creations. Are you going to request a commission for me? Tian Qiyuan asked. Yes, but not right now. Can I save this commission for the future when you can give birth to celestial-grade treasures? Of course, but it might take some time before I reach that level. Ha ha ha. By your words, you are essentially claiming to become the next god of creation. Not even the heaven and earth blacksmith or the eternal blacksmith would so boldly proclaim they possess what it takes to become the next god of creation. Sheng Qiu laughed heartily at his audacious claim. He continued, You act humble in public, but you're actually an egotistical bastard. I like you. Naturally, Tian Qiyuan did not find any offense in his words despite being called an egotistical bastard. If anyone can become the next god of creation, it's you, Exalted Blacksmith. I eagerly look forward to the day your creations reach that level. Sheng Qiu ended their conversation there and left the next moment. If you ever need to sell anything, our Mystic Jade Auction Pavilion would be honored to serve you again, esteemed Exalted Blacksmith. Qing Linger bowed to him on his way out. Tian Qiyuan made his way back to his world. However, someone had arrived before him. You're here already? Tian Qiyuan smiled at Zi Xuan's presence. You can craft Empyrean-grade treasures now, right? I also have the last material, so I'm here for my own Empyrean-grade sword. It's a pity that I couldn't win that auction, but there's nothing I could do about it. There are many who are much wealthier than me. Zi Xuan sighed. Let's go inside first. Qiyuan opened the entrance to his world and entered it, with Zi Xuan following behind. Once inside, Zi Xuan asked, "Have you thought about what kind of sword you'll make me next?" Of course. I had plenty of time to do so. However, do you really want a new sword? I can upgrade the last sword to Empyrean grade, too. ITLL retain the same appearance and have enhanced abilities. Really? You can do that? Zi Xuan wore a surprised expression on her face. In their world, upgrading weapons was a common practice, but advancing weapon grades was a more challenging task. The process required a high level of skill and craftsmanship, as well as a deep understanding of the materials and techniques involved. Only the most experienced and skilled blacksmiths could successfully advance a weapon's grade without significantly altering its original appearance and abilities. As the grade of a weapon increased, the process of advancing it to the next level became progressively more challenging. In fact, only the Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, one of the top blacksmiths in the world, has managed to advance a divine grade treasure to ancient grade before. Advancing mystic grade to Empyrean grade was literally unheard of and deemed impossible by even divine blacksmiths. Yet, Qiyuan claimed that he had the ability without any hesitation in his voice. Seeing the doubt and hesitation on Zi Xuan's face, Qiyuan spoke, "If I mess it up, they'll make you the exact same sword free of charge, as well as the Empyrean grade sword." Deal. All of Zi Xuan's hesitation was tossed out of the window after getting insurance for her sword. "What materials do you need from me?" she asked as they approached his living quarters. He pointed at the Golden Valley and said, "I already have them." "Huh, but those are your materials." "I know. Consider it part of the deal. You're giving me 5 materials after all. Also, it's easier to upgrade a sword than to create a new one." "It's easier to advance a sword than create one?" If other blacksmiths could hear your voice right now, they would be coming at you with their hammers raised, you know? Zi Xuan almost couldn't believe what she had just heard. Qiyuan silently smiled at her words. Once they arrived at the anvil, he extended his hand and said, "Let me borrow your sword." "All right." Zi Xuan handed him the Heaven's Intoxication. "ITLL be done in a few hours." Feng. When Feng Tianru emerged from the volcano, Zi Xuan hastily left the island, fearing that Feng Tianru would engulf her in flames. Sure enough, Feng Tianru started spewing flames long before she even reached the island. That fucking phoenix really wanted to burn me. Zi Xuan cursed inwardly after seeing this. However, Feng Tianru didn't even spare her gaze and focused on working with Qiyuan. A few hours later, Qiyuan revealed the new and improved Heaven's Intoxication with barely any changes to its appearance at a glance. "Heavens, you really advanced it from Mystic grade to Empyrean grade." Zi Xuan was bewildered by the results. If the world were to find out Qiyuan could advance weapon grades like this, his fame and reputation would pierce the heavens. Satisfied, he asked her. "Yes." Zi Xuan wielded the sword in her grasp. While it felt the same as before, she sensed a much more profound energy coursing through it, allowing her to channel her own energy with far greater ease. "Thank you for the business again." Qiyuan smiled. Chapter 1521 Success Rate. Chapter 1521 Success Rate. 1521 Success Rate. So, when do you think you'll start crafting celestial grade treasures? Zi Xuan asked Qiyuan shortly after putting away her sword. "You're asking me that when I just achieved Empyrean grade, not long ago? ITLL probably take me thousands of years before I can achieve celestial grade." "Only thousands of years? You're actually more arrogant than I thought." Zi Xuan looked at him with wide eyes. There were around 7 divine blacksmiths in the 9 heavens at their current time, not including Qiyuan. All 7 of them are considered prodigies in their field of expertise, yet it took all of them hundreds of thousands of years to reach the level of celestial grade treasure. In order to be acknowledged as the god of creation, one must be able to craft celestial grade treasures and have at least a 25% success rate when doing so. The blacksmith with the highest success rate at this moment was Eternal Blacksmith, who has an incredible 15% success rate after almost 500,000 years of being a divine blacksmith. The next highest success rate was 10% by Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, who had 300,000 years of experience under his belt as a divine blacksmith. By the way, what's your success rate with Mystic Grade Treasures? Even Eternal Blacksmith only has a 70% success rate. I've never failed before, so I guess 100%. Why you what? Zi Xuan's eyes widened with disbelief at his ridiculous claims. I have crafted over 100 Mystic Grade Treasures by now and have not failed once. In fact, I've never destroyed a treasure before. That's literally impossible. Zi Xuan exclaimed. I always craft the treasure in my head first, and I won't begin if I cannot guarantee its success. If you don't believe me, I have nothing else to say. Or do you want me to prove myself by crafting a dozen Mystic Grade Treasures for you? Tian Qiyuan casually shrugged. Zi Xuan swallowed nervously. She really wanted to believe him, but this claim was simply too hard to believe. If another blacksmith were here to hear such claims, they would laugh their assess off and immediately brand him as a liar and crazy, regardless of his prior fame and reputation. All right, they'll believe you, Zi Xuan eventually said, but she was not finished and continued. But I won't stop you if you want to prove yourself. Of course, even if you manage to prove yourself to me, it won't really mean anything since I am just a single individual. Moreover, I really don't care if you prove yourself or not since I already said I believe you. Tian Qiyuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. You can stay here a little longer if you want. I'm going to craft a few more Empyrean grade treasures to solidify my foundation. Then I won't be humble. Zi Xuan, who was prepared to leave, immediately decided to stay a little longer. Tian Qiyuan quickly went back to work and started crafting his next Empyrean grade treasure. However, he didn't immediately start the craft and instead sat down to cultivate. Why are you suddenly cultivating? Zi Xuan asked with a puzzled face. It helps me with my mental visualization, he said. What? Won't that have the opposite effect, since cultivation requires more attention? Is that how it works for you? It works differently for me, I guess. Zi Xuan was speechless, and then she realized that he was speaking to her and cultivating at the same time, even acting very casually about it, like it was as natural as breathing. Just what kind of talent does he possess? It's too ridiculous, she thought to herself. Not wanting to disturb him, Zi Xuan silently watched him work over the next several months. Before he started working on the first treasure, he had spent 2 days practicing inside his mind. Once he started, his first Empyrean grade treasure required almost 3 weeks to complete. The next one only took 2 weeks. After nearly 3 months of practice, he reduced that time to 1 week. However, his crafting speed wasn't anywhere near as ridiculous as his success rate. In 3 months, he crafted 5 Empyrean grade treasures without failing a single one. Meanwhile, even the most experienced divine blacksmiths would fail at least 3 out of 5. Then, over the next 3 months, Tian Qiyuan made 12 Empyrean grade treasures, succeeding in every attempt. In half a year, had successfully crafted 17 Empyrean grade treasures without wasting any materials. If the world knew of his achievements, it wouldn't surprise Zi Xuan if people started declaring him to be the new god of creation even without needing to create any celestial grade treasures first. What are you going to do with so many treasures? Sell them? I don't think the world is prepared to see 17 Empyrean grade treasures half a year after you sold your first one. Zi Xuan said, I'm going to recycle them to make more treasures, he casually said. Seriously? That seems like such a waste of resources. Even if you can recycle 90% of its original material, you'll still lose 10% every time. You might as well sell it and use that money to buy more resources. Who knows, you might even make a profit. That'll take too much time and effort. I'm fine even if I lose some resources. It's only natural after all. Sometime later, Zi Xuan said goodbye to Tian Qiyuan. It's about time for me to return to my sect. Thank you for letting me stay here to watch you train. It definitely opened my eyes and broadened my view. See you next time. Tian Qiyuan bid her farewell. Once Zi Xuan left, Tian Qiyuan reopened his store and returned to collecting materials while he continued to hone his skills. Zi Xuan would often visit him to chat or simply hang around him. Tian Qiyuan did not mind her company, even enjoying it. 500 years later, Zi Xuan suddenly appeared before him with this crucial information. Tian Qiyuan, I've found the void meteoroid core. Or, more precisely, where to find it. They say it's at least 100 million years old, too. Hearing this, Tian Qiyuan halted whatever he was doing to look at her. Where? He asked with a serious expression. Chapter 1522, Void Meteoroid Core. Chapter 1522, Void Meteoroid Core. 1522, Void Meteoroid Core. The Void Meteoroid Core is an extremely rare and sought-after material that Tian Qiyuan planned to use as one of the cores for his masterpiece. As its name implies, it originates from the Void Meteoroid, an indestructible rock that traverses the starry sky. Since it is indestructible, the only way to access the core, its most valuable part, is to wait for it to break down naturally until only its core remains. However, this process could take millions of years, and the longer it takes for the Void Meteoroid to complete it, the more valuable its core will be. The last time a Void Meteoroid core appeared in the world was 7 million years ago, igniting a war that spread across the starry sky. This time will be no different. I can take you to it, but there's already an ongoing battle between several powerhouses for it. How do you plan on participating? You're only a true immortal. You'll die before you realize it. Zi Xuan said, They'll try to get it for you. So just sit here and prepare your body for my return, she said with a passionate smile. Tian Qiyuan chuckled at her words and said, I cannot risk losing it. Who knows how long it'll take for the next one to show up? Also, who said I'm only a true immortal? Before Zi Xuan could even question his words, Tian Qiyuan released his suppressed cultivation and entered the God Ascension realm. His aura continued to surge, ascending swiftly through the levels of the God Ascension realm, only stopping when his cultivation reached the 9th level of the God Ascension realm. This revelation shocked Zi Xuan speechless. Why you were at the peak of God Ascension realm this entire time? She cried out loud. Of course, he smiled at her reaction. Fuck, I'm really glad that I didn't force myself upon him at that time, or I would have ended up embarrassing myself. She cried inwardly. Can you bring me to the location? They'll compensate you later. Tian Qiyuan said a moment later. All right, follow me. Zi Xuan led Tian Qiyuan into the starry sky. The two of them traveled for 3 months straight without any breaks until they reached their destination. Long before their arrival, they could sense powerful ripples in the starry sky caused by cultivators engaged in fierce battles. Upon arriving, they could see a dozen powerful experts engaged in several battles at once. Not far away from the battlefield was a beautiful black orb contained in a formation to prevent it from floating away or being stolen. Tian Qiyuan did not immediately join the fight and watched for a little. The others noticed his presence even before he arrived, but seeing how he didn't join the fight, they didn't bother him. Of course, they still kept some of their attention on him, just in case. Eventually, Tian Qiyuan approached them and spoke, his voice resounding in their minds. My name is Tian Qiyuan, also known as the Exalted Blacksmith. Just like you, my purpose here is the Void Meteoroid Core. The experts temporarily halted their movements to look at Tian Qiyuan, who was hiding behind his usual mask. If he had been a nobody, they wouldn't have given him any attention, but Tian Qiyuan's fame is so widespread that they couldn't afford to ignore him. Seeing that had acquired their attention, Tian Qiyuan continued, I do not want to resolve this with violence, so I have a suggestion, an offer for all of you who are fighting for the Void Meteoroid Core. If all of us fought, there would only be one winner and many deaths. Instead, I will offer each of you a celestial-grade treasure crafted by yours truly in exchange for letting me have the Void Meteoroid Core. This way, all of us win. Celestial-grade treasure crafted by you? As enticing as that may sound, I know you only became a divine blacksmith several hundred years ago. Are you asking us to wait for hundreds of thousands of years? Even if we agree, we can't ensure that you'll keep your word in the future. One of them proclaimed his skepticism. I mean no disrespect when I say this, but Exalted Blacksmith, even a celestial-grade treasure crafted by you will not be as valuable as this void meteoroid core. If you want it, you'll have to fight for it like the rest of us. After hearing their responses, Tian Qiyuan said, Indeed, even a celestial-grade treasure would not be as valuable as this void meteoroid core. However, I am not only offering the treasure. After a slight pause, he continued in a cold tone, I am also letting you leave with your life. Is the void meteoroid core worth more than your life? Instead of losing your life to me and losing the void meteoroid core, you can leave with your life and a celestial-grade treasure in the near future. If that's not good enough, I will have no other choice but to fight for it. None of the experts there expected Tian Qiyuan to threaten all of them suddenly, Zi Xuan included. All that fame must have gotten into your head. Exalted Blacksmith. You should stick to what you're good at, hammering iron. You should get the fuck out of here while we are still being nice. If you think we won't kill you just because you are a divine blacksmith, you need to think again. Tian Qiyuan was one of the most popular and revered blacksmiths in the world. These experts knew that killing him would provoke the wrath of many powerful factions, as it would mean the end of not only his life, but also all his future masterpieces. In fact, it was an unspoken rule never to kill individuals of immense significance to the world if it was avoidable, such as top pill masters and blacksmiths, as their deaths would have unimaginable repercussions on the world. With that said, there were several other divine blacksmiths besides Tian Qiyuan, and the world would still function properly, albeit a little worse, even if he were gone, and it wasn't as though he was irreplaceable. It's clear that not all of you will accept my offer, but my offer is to each of you individually, so you can still individually accept my offer and leave this battlefield. I will give you 10 seconds to decide. Once that time has run out, I will immediately begin killing everyone who refused to leave. Tian Qiyuan declared in a domineering manner, sending chills down Zi Xuan's entire being. Chapter 1523, Hidden Strength. Chapter 1523, Hidden Strength. 1523, Hidden Strength. After the warning, Tian Qiyuan began counting down from 10. 10. 9. This bastard's truly gone insane. What does he think he can do to us with his measly, true, immortal cultivation? 8. Don't force our hands, Exalted Blacksmith. 7. 6. He'll accept your offer. One of them suddenly raised his hand before departing from the battlefield. In his eyes, it wasn't worth offending Tian Qiyuan for the void meteoroid core, especially when he was already on the verge of giving up. Tian Qiyuan acknowledged the person who accepted his offer with a nod, and continued counting down. 5. Do you really think he'll live long enough to fulfill his promise to you? He'll be killed by us long before then. 4. He'll also accept your offer, Exalted Blacksmith. Another person agreed to withdraw from the fight. In his eyes, even if Tian Qiyuan is killed in this battle, he could simply pretend that nothing happened and return to fighting for the void meteoroid core afterward. 3. 2. 1. In the end, only 2 people accepted Tian Qiyuan's offer and left the battlefield. However, they didn't completely leave and spectated their fight from a distance. And 0. Starting now, whoever dares to block my path to the void meteoroid core will be killed. Tian Qiyuan spoke in a grim voice before releasing his suppressed cultivation. His cultivation base immediately soared to the peak of the God Ascension realm, shocking the others, as they were only between the 7th level and the 8th level of the God Ascension realm. This bastard has been hiding his cultivation this entire time. Fuck, we need to fight him together. The people there quickly formed a temporary alliance to get rid of Tian Qiyuan, who was the biggest threat, not to mention his earlier provocation. This made it easier for them to work together. Seeing this, Tian Qiyuan retrieved an Empyrean-grade sword and laughed out loud. This will make things move quicker. His body suddenly surged with sword aura before turning into enhanced sword aura. Then, after another push, it became Supreme Sword Aura, something only Zi Xuan had been able to achieve until now. Why you can use Supreme Sword Aura? Zi Xuan was just as shocked as everyone else there, perhaps even more, as nobody there was more familiar with Supreme Sword Aura than her. She had only discovered Supreme Sword Aura several thousand years ago, so it was quite shocking for a blacksmith who spends a majority of their time with a hammer to achieve Supreme Sword Aura. Even the most talented sword masters, only slightly behind her, were nowhere near achieving Supreme Sword Aura. While his enemies were in a daze, Tian Qiyuan swung his sword at them. Endless Sword Domain. Tens of thousands of swords enhanced with Supreme Sword Aura rushed at the small group of individuals before him. They had been fighting for months before Tian Qiyuan's arrival without any clear winners. Yet, after showing up for less than an hour and with a single sword technique, Tian Qiyuan destroyed the bodies of half of the people there, forcing their souls to be homeless. Tian Qiyuan did not immediately launch another attack. Instead, he casually approached the void Meteoroid core in the distance while ignoring the people around him. Omicron and the others were so stunned by what had just happened and his audacity to covet the material before he even finished killing a single one of them. However, before any of them could act, Tian Qiyuan spoke in a cold voice. "That was my last warning. I can guarantee that all of you will perish in the next attack." Despite his bold and arrogant words, nobody there doubted it. They exchanged glances with each other to see if they were going to continue fighting Tian Qiyuan, which would undoubtedly lead to their death. Suddenly, two more presences appeared in the distance, fast approaching from two different directions. These two figures appeared almost at the same time. Zi Xuan immediately recognized the newcomers as none other than the Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith. Since the Void Meteoroid core was akin to a holy grail for blacksmiths, it wasn't weird for these two powerhouses to show up. Tian Qiyuan halted his movements upon their arrival. Like him, they were both at the peak of the God Ascension realm. "You, Exalted Blacksmith? Since when did you have such a profound cultivation base?" Both of them were shocked when they sensed Tian Qiyuan's cultivation base that rivaled them. Even though Tian Qiyuan caught up to them in terms of crafting skills, neither of them was too bitter or envious because of his low cultivation base. However, it turned out Tian Qiyuan had been hiding his cultivation base this entire time. How old is he, anyway? He only started making his presence known a few thousand years ago, but there's no way he's only that old. Both his cultivation base and smithing capabilities have already reached the peak of this world. Eternal Blacksmith wore a pondering frown on his face. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith also wore a similar look on his face. Both of them thought Tian Qiyuan was their junior, but with this new information, he might very well be their senior. "I don't want to fight to death with my fellow divine blacksmiths, but I really need that void meteoroid core. Is there any way for me to convince you two to step back?" Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was the first to speak, breaking the silence. "What a coincidence. I also really need the void meteoroid core," Eternal Blacksmith said. Tian Qiyuan narrowed his eyes at them. After a moment of silence, he proposed, "How about this? Instead of a death match, let's fight as blacksmiths should. The three of us will compete against each other through our smithing skills, and the winner will take the void meteoroid core." "Oh. What do you have in mind?" Eternal Blacksmith's interest was immediately piqued, as this was also an opportunity to see which of them was the best. "I'm also listening," Heaven and Earth Blacksmith said. Chapter 1524 Smithing Competition. Chapter 1524 Smithing Competition. 1524 Smithing Competition. I'm glad you both agree. Let's do something that won't take too long and is fair across the board, Tian Qiyuan said. He continued, "Before I give my suggestion, let me hear yours first." The two of them began pondering. A few moments later, Eternal Blacksmith spoke up. "How about each of us craft 5 Empyrean-grade treasures with the same materials? The one with the most success wins. If there's a tie, the quality will determine the outcome." "That will take too long. Let's just see which of us can craft the highest grade and quality weapon. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith proposed. Both tried to gain a slight advantage over each other, as Eternal Blacksmith was confident in his higher success rate, and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was confident in his slightly superior quality. Tian Qiyuan, after carefully listening to their suggestions, took ideas from both and proposed, how about we craft a weapon of every grade from Spirit grade to Empyrean grade? We will all receive the same material for every weapon, but how we use it will be dependent on our own expertise. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and Eternal Blacksmith exchanged glances with each other before nodding their heads. Let's schedule this match half a year from now. For the time being, we can give the Void Meteoroid core to someone trustworthy to hold. If they dare covet it, we'll work together to destroy them. How's that sound? Tian Qiyuan said a moment later. Who can we trust the Void Meteoroid core to? Heaven and Earth Blacksmith asked. I will do it. Zi Xuan suddenly spoke up. I am Zi Xuan, one of 9 unrivaled swords from the Unrivaled 9-sword sect. Zi Xuan quickly volunteered to hold it. The sword goddess, huh? I trust the Unrivaled 9-sword sect enough, so I have no problem. Eternal Blacksmith said. If you're okay with them, I don't mind letting them hold the Void Meteoroid core. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith agreed. Then it's settled. Tian Qiyuan grabbed the Void Meteoroid core before tossing it to Zi Xuan. What about the location? Eternal Blacksmith suddenly asked. I'll let you two decide. Tian Qiyuan said. How about the Grand Elder Summit? It's a hotspot for blacksmiths with plenty of competitions around the year. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith suggested. That sounds good. Let's use the Grand Elder Summit for our competition. Eternal Blacksmith agreed with the location. He continued, what about the materials? I'll supply them. Tian Qiyuan calmly said. I will also throw in some materials. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith said. In that case, I will do the same. Good. Then I'll see you both at the Grand Elder Summit in half a year. Tian Qiyuan left the scene with Zi Xuan shortly after. Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith disappeared soon after, leaving the others utterly dumbfounded and dispirited, feeling as though their existences didn't even matter. The upcoming match between the top 3 divine blacksmiths quickly spread through the 9 heavens like wildfire, especially among blacksmiths. Matches between divine blacksmiths were rare events, so one could imagine the excitement when news spread of a 3-way competition between the 3 most famous divine blacksmiths of their era. Moreover, this match would finally answer a question that had been debated for thousands of years. Which of them was the best? Soon, the Grand Elder Summit became immensely crowded with people eager to witness the upcoming match. It was to the point where it became nearly impossible to walk in the streets without bumping into others or being bumped in every direction. Even major sects and many famous families showed up just to spectate the match. Half a year later, Tian Qiyuan made his way to the Grand Elder Summit. When he arrived, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and Eternal Blacksmith were already waiting at the peak of the summit, where the match would take place. Zi Xuan was also there with the Void Meteoroid core, but she was not alone. The sect master of the Unrivaled 9-sword sect was also there to represent the sect, as well as the other 8 unrivaled swords. Since Zi Xuan gave their sect this opportunity to shine, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. The number of spectators was massive, enough to make Tian Qiyuan's previous auction look tiny in comparison. Moreover, influential figures from most of the top families and sects in the 8th heaven and 9th heaven were present, something that rarely happens. In the center was a large arena with all of the necessary equipment for the competitors to craft their treasures. Not far away were 3 large piles of materials, enough to craft a treasure of each grade with some leftovers. Thank you all for coming to witness this historic event. Eternal Blacksmith spoke in a loud voice shortly after Tian Qiyuan arrived. Over the next few weeks, the 3 of us will be showcasing our smithing experience to the whole world and, at the same time, competing with each other for the Void Meteoroid core. We will be crafting 1 weapon for each grade, all the way up to Empyrean grade. We all have the same amount and type of materials, but how we distribute and utilize these materials will be entirely at our discretion. We will be judged on our speed, success rate, and quality, and we must successfully create a weapon of every grade in order to be judged, so failing to create a single treasure means an automatic disqualification. Before we begin, we shall give a brief introduction of our background and experience. Eternal Blacksmith began talking about his background. He spoke of his earlier days as an apprentice blacksmith, what caused him to choose such a path, how long it had taken him to reach his current level, and all sorts of personal achievements that were unknown to the public until today. Despite calling it a brief introduction, Eternal Blacksmith ended up talking for 2 hours straight. However, nobody minded, as this was valuable information about one of the most respected and skilled blacksmiths in the entire Nine Heavens. Chapter 1525 Uncle Chen's Weapon Store. Chapter 1525 Uncle Chen's Weapon Store. 1525 Uncle Chen's Weapon Store. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith stepped forward and began introducing himself once Eternal Blacksmith ended his introduction. Not wanting to fall behind Eternal Blacksmith, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith also talked about his personal achievements that were never made public. He also spoke of his childhood, where he trained to become the blacksmith he is today, and many more. In the end, his introduction lasted 3 full hours. Tian Qiyuan nearly fell asleep by the end. Once it was his turn, he stepped forward and cleared his throat before speaking. My name is Tian Qiyuan, and I was born within the 6th heaven. The first thing I did when I became a proper cultivator was find a weapon. I purchased my first weapon from Uncle Chen's weapon store, which was just down the block. Uncle Chen's weapon store was quite popular in my city, and they boasted of having near-indestructible weapons. With Uncle Chen's weapon in my grasp, I felt safe, as if no harm could come to me as long as I had it. Unfortunately, Uncle Chen's weapon broke on my very first experience with it, and I nearly died in the process. I was devastated, to the point where I vowed to become a blacksmith who can create truly indestructible weapons. I don't know who this Uncle Chen is, but I'm glad he made trash. If it weren't for him, the Exalted Blacksmith might not exist today. Zi Xuan muttered to herself after learning this information. Tian Qiyuan continued. I started my journey as a blacksmith a few years later, but with no guidance or knowledge of smithing, I decided to join a sect. I approached the fiery hill of Fire Mountain in hopes of becoming their disciple. But alas, they deemed me unworthy and didn't even let me participate in their entrance exam. Fiery Hill of Fire Mountain? Upon hearing this familiar name, many people there suddenly turned to look at a certain individual in the audience. This individual wore an expression on his face that made it seem like head swallowed a live fly. He was the current sect master of the Fiery Hill of Fire Mountain, a very reputable sect that produced many genius blacksmiths throughout the years. Sensing countless unfriendly and disappointed gazes directed at him, the sect master of the Fiery Hill of Fire Mountain hastily stood up and said, I had no idea about this. I will find the blind bastard who turned you away and skin him alive, even if it's the last I do. Tian Qiyuan turned to look at the sect master and smiled. Don't worry about it. It happened thousands of years ago. I was just a nobody back then, after all. Huh? Many in the audience suddenly raised an eyebrow, as if they had collectively realized something. This included Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith. H.A. Exalted Blacksmith, how old are you exactly? The Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was the first to voice the question that had been on everyone's mind for a while now. H.M., I stopped counting long ago, but I should be around 11,000 years old, Tian Qiyuan casually responded. Only 11,000 years old? Both Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith exclaimed out loud, their voice in sync with each other. Heavens! Zi Xuan covered her mouth in a shocked manner. You're lying. There's no way you're only 11,000 years old. Eternal Blacksmith pointed at him and shouted, rejecting his claims. You're telling us to believe that you'd managed to reach the peak of God Ascension Realm and become a divine blacksmith in 11,000 years. Are you mocking us right now? Tian Qiyuan shrugged in response. Whether you believe me or not is none of my business. Anyway, we're getting off track. After being rejected by the fiery hill of Fire Mountain, I tried several more sects only to be refused by them. Qiyuan quickly brushed off the matter of his age and continued his story while ignoring the audience's stare. In the end, I decided to study alone. I purchased a book that taught the basics and started my journey to become a blacksmith from there. And now, you're claiming to have self-taught yourself? That kind of fucking bullshit is this. Eternal Blacksmith almost lost all of his respect for Qiyuan after his seemingly bogus claims. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was in a similar position. He was so enraged that his face became red, and his entire body was trembling. If there weren't so many people around them, he would have already started throwing fists at Qiyuan. Noticing the heavy atmosphere around him, Qiyuan ended his introduction and said, "Well, that's about it. Let's get the competition started, shall we?" Although Qiyuan's introduction lasted only several minutes, its impact on the audience was greater than that of Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith combined. He must have done that on purpose, so he could mess with our heads, which will affect our performance during the competition. What a crafty son of a bitch. Eternal Blacksmith suddenly had a revelation, which helped him calm down almost immediately. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith took a little longer to realize this, but he started laughing once he did. "Ha ha ha. Fuck. You almost got me there, Exalted Blacksmith. You're much more cunning than I thought." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Qiyuan questioned with a genuinely puzzled face. "Still trying to deny it? All right, let's have it your way." When the audience witnessed their conversation, they quickly came to the same conclusion as Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith. Oh, so the Exalted Blacksmith was only trying to mess with their minds to have an upper hand during the competition? I thought he was being serious at first. Now that I think about it, it was silly of me to believe him even for a second. Qiyuan eventually understood their misunderstanding, but he had no reason to correct them, so he remained silent. Sometime later, the three divine blacksmiths approached their anvil, starting the competition shortly after. Chapter 1526 Divine Blacksmith Competition. Chapter 1526 Divine Blacksmith Competition. 1526 Divine Blacksmith Competition. Let the competition for the Void Meteoroid core begin. Zi Xuan declared shortly after the three divine blacksmiths arrived at their workstations. When the competition began, the three divine blacksmiths used their divine sense to check the materials. Each of them brought their own material, and none of them knew what the other would bring until the day of the competition. This made it so they couldn't spend half a year preparing for the competition. Once they identified all of the materials, they sat down and closed their eyes to run simulations within their mind. What were they doing? Someone who wasn't knowledgeable about the process asked out loud. The person next to him, a renowned blacksmith, explained, "They're currently crafting the weapons in their mind." An experienced blacksmith has the ability to recreate the process of creation inside their head, and the more skillful they are, the more accurate it'll be. Since they're not just crafting a single weapon, but 7 weapons, each with a different grade, they need to allocate the materials for each weapon properly, or they might not have enough materials. 4 days later, Eternal Blacksmith was the first one to emerge from his meditation and immediately got to work. He retrieved several materials from the pile and started refining them. Judging by the materials he picked, he's going to start crafting an ancient grade treasure. It's not too easy and not too difficult, perfect for a warm-up. One of the blacksmiths there explained. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith emerged from his meditation 6 hours after Eternal Blacksmith and immediately went to work. Looks like Heaven and Earth Blacksmith plans on starting its spirit grade, working up the grades one by one. Qiyuan remained in meditation, seemingly unaffected and undisturbed by the noises coming from the other two. A few hours after Heaven and Earth Blacksmith began his work, he finished his first creation, a short bow, and placed it on a display rack with 7 slots. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was renowned for crafting the finest bows, daggers, and gauntlets in the 9 heavens, and was expected by many to focus on creating these weapons during the competition. Oh, even though it's only a spirit-grade treasure, Its aura is stronger than many Earth-grade treasures. The audience inspected the result with their divine sense. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith immediately proceeded to work on the second treasure, which, as someone had anticipated, appeared to be Earth-grade. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye, and Eternal Blacksmith had just finished his first creation. It was an ancient great spear. Just like Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, Eternal Blacksmith appeared to be focused on his strengths, which were spears, swords, sabers, and anything with a similar shape. Meanwhile, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was already on his 4th creation at Divine Grade. As for Tian Qiyuan, he was still meditating. Exalted Blacksmith may produce higher quality treasures, but his speed is lagging behind the other 2, and it's not by a small margin, either. I wonder what's taking him so long. Only time will tell. Meanwhile, Eternal Blacksmith began working his way down to Divine Grade. Sometime later, as Heaven and Earth Blacksmith finished his Divine Grade treasure and began working on his Ancient Grade treasure, Tian Qiyuan finally emerged from his meditation and walked to his pile of materials. Both Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and Eternal Blacksmith gave him a quick glance that lasted half a second before ignoring him again. Once Tian Qiyuan picked his materials, it was clear that he intended to follow Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's path by working his way up from the lowest grade. The moment Tian Qiyuan started refining the materials, his skills also became clear. Although his mental simulations appeared slower than the other 2, his craftsmanship was clearly superior. Each time his hammer struck the material, it produced a harmonic sound that soothed the heart. When the audience heard this noise, several individuals there suddenly closed their eyes and began cultivating. They quickly realized that it was easier to cultivate while listening to the sound of Tian Qiyuan's hammering, feeling as if they were being guided by it. In fact, even the other 2 divine blacksmiths found themselves hammering to Tian Qiyuan's rhythm, as though they were hypnotized by it. Fuck, why does the hammer feel so much better in my grasp when I follow his rhythm? Heaven and Earth Blacksmith gritted his teeth in frustration when he realized this. Eternal Blacksmith also sighed inwardly. Had been a blacksmith for hundreds of thousands of years by this point, but had never felt such peace when hammering at the anvil. What's so different between the way he hammers and the way I do it? I cannot tell. What frustrated him the most was his inability to comprehend their difference. This sort of phenomenon only happens when one skill is drastically superior to the other. Both Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and Eternal Blacksmith felt defeated by the sound of Tian Qiyuan's hammering alone, but they couldn't afford to mess up in this competition and told themselves that this competition was more than just about quality. Moreover, no matter how high-quality Tian Qiyuan's treasures may come out, there was always the chance he would mess up at the very end. Let's see if he can keep this up for the rest of the competition. Eternal Blacksmith started hammering his weapon more fiercely, creating a separate rhythm that directly clashed with Tian Qiyuan's. Not wanting to lose to either of them, Heaven and Earth also created his own cadence, one that would go fast and slow at a specific rate. Even though there were 3 distinct rhythms, none of the competitors were distracted by the others. Each was entirely focused on their own cadence. Half an hour later, Tian Qiyuan's cadence stopped when he finished his first creation, which turned out to be a gauntlet. He finished the Spirit Grade treasure so quickly, several times faster than Heaven and Earth Blacksmith. The audience didn't miss this detail. After putting his creation on display, Tian Qiyuan immediately began working on the next grade. Ding, ding, ding. The audience was surprised when Tian Qiyuan's cadence sounded different than before. This time, it was slightly quicker with pauses every 5 strikes. Half an hour later, Tian Qiyuan finished the Earth Grade treasure, a bow, spending the same amount of time he spent with the Spirit Grade treasure. Typically, it takes longer to craft higher grade treasures due to the stronger materials used, but that logic did not seem to apply to Tian Qiyuan. The same phenomenon occurred when Tian Qiyuan crafted his Heaven Grade treasure, which took the form of a saber. How's he doing that? I have never heard of anyone crafting a Heaven Grade treasure in less than half an hour. The blacksmiths watching were left stunned. Fuck, it's too amazing. Do you think he'll do the same with divine grade? Surely, that won't happen. It can't happen. My heart won't be able to take it. As Tian Qiyuan began working on his divine grade treasure, his cadence sped up again. It became clear to the audience that Tian Qiyuan increases his cadence the higher the grade. Half an hour later, Tian Qiyuan hung his finished product on the display, catching up with Heaven and Earth Blacksmith. The audience stared at the divine grade spear with odd expressions, many of them in disbelief. Don't tell me hell do the same thing with ancient grade. That would be ridiculous. Won't the quality suffer if he's working this fast? Someone asked. That will depend on his skill. The audience expected Tian Qiyuan to spend half an hour with the ancient grade treasure. However, he didn't start working and sat down to meditate again. Huh, he's meditating again? I thought he finished with that already. Perhaps had only managed to craft up to divine grade initially? If it already takes him so many days to craft up to divine grade, how long will it take him to finish ancient grade and above? Weeks? Months? This doesn't make any sense. One typically works faster in their mental simulation than in reality. Exalted Blacksmith is somehow doing it in reverse. Truly an unfathomable existence. Several days later, Tian Qiyuan emerged from his meditation at the same time Heaven and Earth finished his ancient grade treasure. As for Eternal Blacksmith, had also finished every grade below ancient grade. Both Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith started working on their mystic grade treasure on the same day, with Eternal Blacksmith being an hour ahead. While they started refining their materials for the mystic grade treasure, Tian Qiyuan began working on his ancient grade treasure. The audience held their breaths as the timer neared 30 minutes, wondering if Tian Qiyuan would be able to create another miracle. When 30 minutes passed and Tian Qiyuan was still hammering away at the material, many sighs of relief could be heard from the audience, most of them coming from blacksmiths. Thank the heavens he didn't finish in 30 minutes. I would have quit my career as a blacksmith if he did. However, after another 20 minutes, the blacksmiths who sighed in relief earlier began holding their breaths nervously again, as they could tell that Tian Qiyuan was on the verge of finishing. Heavens! It hasn't even been an hour. What kind of ridiculous speed is this? Even the Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and Eternal Blacksmith took several days to craft an ancient grade treasure. Meanwhile, both Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and Eternal Blacksmith were too absorbed in their work to pay attention to anything else. After putting up his treasure, Tian Qiyuan returned to meditating. However, nobody dared to make fun of him for being slow anymore. Chapter 15:27 Half the Materials. Chapter 15:27 Half the Materials. 15:27 Half the Materials. As Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith neared the completion of their mystic grade treasure several weeks later, Tian Qiyuan opened his eyes and emerged from his meditation once again. He quickly gathered the materials and started creating his mystic grade treasure. Once he refined the materials and began forming its shape, it was clear that he intended to create a sword. He's doing the sword now? I figured that he would save that for his Empyrean grade treasure, since that's what he's most familiar with. Zi Xuan was surprised by Tian Qiyuan's choice. If one looked at all of the treasures Tian Qiyuan had created up to this point, none of them were the same type of weapon. Meanwhile, Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith only crafted what they were famous for. Even without Tian Qiyuan winning, many blacksmiths would agree that Tian Qiyuan was the better blacksmith of the three in terms of skills due to his ability to craft excellent quality weapons of all types equally. How long do you think it'll take him this time? Probably 2 hours. No way. He'll sell my left nut if he does it within 2 hours. Why the left nut specifically? Maybe because he already sold his right nut? The audience cracked jokes with each other. However, most, if not all, of the blacksmiths there remained focused on the competition, not daring to miss any moment of it. To witness a divine blacksmith at work was a rare moment, much less 3 of the best in the 9 heavens simultaneously. Additionally, merely by watching these divine blacksmiths at work, their own understanding of smithing deepened. A few hours passed, But Tian Qiyuan had not yet finished his treasure, allowing the other blacksmiths to sigh in relief. Had he completed a mystic-grade treasure in such a short time, it would have undoubtedly ended many blacksmiths' careers that day. Heaven and Earth and Eternal Blacksmith finished their mystic-grade treasures 2 days later. With just one treasure remaining to craft, they didn't immediately start working on their final treasure and return to meditating first. Even with their experience and skills, they had about a 60 to 70% chance of success when it comes to Empyrean grade, and any mishap would instantly destroy their chances of success. Tian Qiyuan finished his mystic grade treasure 3 days later and placed the sword on display. Zi Xuan had an urge to take the sword for herself when she saw it, but she managed to hold herself back. He's probably going to spend the next week meditating again. The audience speculated when Tian Qiyuan was done. However, to their shock, Tian Qiyuan did not meditate and even grab more materials. He's going to attempt crafting the Empyrean grade without any preparations? Even the other two decided to meditate first. Why is he rushing to create the treasure when he took his sweet time before this? What's going on inside his head? He only became a divine blacksmith not long ago, right? His success rate must be pretty low right now, so one would expect him to take his time, but this is reckless? Even Eternal Blacksmith, renowned for his high success rate, only had around 30% success rate when he first became a divine blacksmith. Maybe he's trying to show off? Hasn't he already shown off enough? He doesn't need to prove himself anymore. As the audience spoke about Tian Qiyuan's decision, the person himself finished picking out his materials, which left everyone puzzled. He's leaving behind so many materials even though this is the last treasure he needs to craft. Everyone there expected Tian Qiyuan to use all of the remaining material for the final treasure, but he only took half of it. This puzzled everyone, including the expert blacksmiths. However, Tian Qiyuan didn't bother explaining his actions and immediately went to work. Ding, ding, ding. His hammer danced back and forth in a rhythmic manner, causing sparks to fly in every direction with every strike. A few days later, Eternal Blacksmith emerged from his meditation, and he was surprised to see Tian Qiyuan had already started crafting his final treasure. What the hell? He's managed to get ahead of us. Did he go straight into it without preparations? Eternal Blacksmith quickly came to this conclusion after seeing Tian Qiyuan's progress. He looked at the small pile of materials and became even more confused. Is he even trying to win? There's no way he can craft a high-quality Empyrean grade treasure with the amount of materials he used. Eternal Blacksmith stopped looking at Tian Qiyuan and focused on his own creation. Naturally, he used all of the materials he had left. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith came out of his meditation a day and a half after Eternal Blacksmith. However, he panicked a little when he saw that he was last to begin working. I would understand it if it's Eternal Blacksmith, but Exalted Blacksmith too? He was several days behind us. How did he catch up so quickly? Even though he noticed Tian Qiyuan's leftover materials, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was in too much of a hurry to think twice about it. He quickly got to work shortly after. Finally, the conclusion of this competition is near its end. It should only take them around a month to complete their work. Who do you think will win? Judging purely on the current results, I'd say Exalted Blacksmith has a really good chance of winning. Not only are his treasures of higher quality than the other two, but his collection is also very diverse. Meanwhile, the other two not only lost in quality, but also in variety. While it's true that Exalted Blacksmith has the upper hand right now, things might change at the very end. I don't know why, but Exalted Blacksmith opted to use less material for his final creation, which is also the one that will grant him the most points. He might not even complete the final task because he rushed it. Who are you to claim that he rushed it? Exalted Blacksmith's comprehension is beyond any of our understanding. Time passed quickly, and the audience speculated on the results non-stop. 2 weeks had passed since Tian Qiyuan started working, and it looked like he was on the verge of completing his treasure. That shape, he's creating a dagger? Zi Xuan muttered to herself as Tian Qiyuan molded the shape. A few hours later, Tian Qiyuan completed his treasure. It turned out to be a medium-grade, Empyrean-grade treasure. He placed the dagger on the display, filling all 6 slots. However, instead of leaving the arena like everyone had expected, Qiyuan returned to the anvil with the remaining materials. What the hell? He's not done. What could he craft with so little materials? The materials are quite high in quality, so it'd be really wasteful to create low-grade treasures with them. However, there's not enough to create another high-grade treasure, either. In the end, his treasures came out as medium-grade because he didn't use them. If he did, it would have come out high quality, perhaps even peak quality. One of the blacksmiths there explained, "I guess we can only wait and see what he cooks up with it." In the blink of an eye, another week passed. Both Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith were on the verge of completing their weapon. Hey, the fact it's taking Exalted Blacksmith this long to craft the treasure. Don't tell me it's another Empyrean-grade treasure? Someone suddenly speculated. Huh, from that small pile of treasures? No way. There's not enough materials. I swear on my soul, I will sell my left nut if he crafts another Empyrean-grade treasure. One of the blacksmiths there declared. The audience waited in anticipation as Qiyuan neared the process of forming the treasure's shape. It's another dagger. He's making another dagger. After another 3 days, Qiyuan finished his 8th treasure. The aura it emitted was not inferior to his previous creation, and when the audience realized he had crafted 2 Empyrean-grade treasures, it sent them into a frenzy. Heavens! Exalted Blacksmith actually crafted 2 Empyrean-grade treasures. Fuck me, he actually did it, and it's medium quality. I heard someone swear on their soul that they'll sell their left nut if it was achieved. Is he actually going to do it? The person who made said declaration looked devastated after seeing the results. His face was as pale as sheets, and he looked like he was standing before his own grave. He could feel many gazes on him, which only worsened his anxiety. Had made such a bold declaration because he was certain that it wasn't possible. Unfortunately, Qiyuan had made the impossible possible. The man wanted to go back on his words, and even if it were a half-assed oath, had swore on his soul that he would do it. If he fails to fulfill his oath, his soul may be shattered by heavenly tribulation. While the man lamented his situation, Qiyuan placed the 2nd Empyrean-grade dagger on the same display as the first. As the 2 daggers touched, they emitted a harmonic aura, as if they were destined to be a pair. Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith suddenly halted their hammers for the first time since they started working. Although the chaotic audience didn't disturb them, the aura radiating from the daggers was so profound that it momentarily blanked their minds upon sensing it. Once their hammers stopped and their momentum killed, their chances of finishing the treasure dropped significantly, to the point where it was almost guaranteed to fail. However, neither of them were angry. They knew that even if they completed their treasure, it would not be enough to defeat Qiyuan, who crafted 2 Empyrean-grade treasures. Chapter 1528, A Special Sword. Chapter 1528, A Special Sword. 1528, A Special Sword. I admit defeat. I never even considered crafting 2 Empyrean-grade treasures. Eternal Blacksmith declared shortly after he stopped working. It's also my defeat. Congratulations, Exalted Blacksmith. You are the winner of this competition. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith said afterward. Qiyuan bowed to them with a smile. Thank you. It was a fun experience. I never had the opportunity to experience this kind of excitement before. I hope we can do this again in the future. Sometime later, Zi Xuan approached Qiyuan with a void Meteoroid core in her grasp. Congratulations, Qiyuan, she said as she offered the material to him. Thanks. Qiyuan casually accepted the prize before tossing it into his spatial ring. Since when did you become so close to Exalted Blacksmith? The sect master of the Unrivaled 9-Swords sect inquired with interest. If Zi Xuan and Qiyuan were in a romantic relationship, it would greatly benefit their sect. Hearing his question, Qiyuan responded calmly. She's my #1 customer, so we see each other often. I see. Oh, I am 3 Swords Divine, the sect master of the Unrivaled 9 Swords sect. In the upper heavens, immortals who have achieved great feats and widespread recognition are bestowed with a title of their own choosing. As a display of respect, this title is used in place of their actual name, which is reserved only for close friends and family. As for Tian Qiyuan, he did not pick the title Exalted Blacksmith, which became widespread before he even realized it. However, he never corrected it or changed it, so it just stuck with him. By the way, Exalted Blacksmith, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, and Eternal Blacksmith, I have a small question for you. What do you plan on doing with the treasures you crafted during the competition? 3 Swords Divine asked. When the audience heard this question, they stopped talking to focus on the Divine Blacksmith's response. They had all been wondering about it long before the competition even concluded. Tian Qiyuan was the first to speak. I have no use for it, so I planned on selling them. Same here. He'll auction it off or something. Eternal Blacksmith said. He had no intention of keeping something that would only remind him of this utter defeat. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith nodded in agreement. He'll also do the same. If you don't mind, he'll purchase the Mystic Grade Sword from you. Exalted Blacksmith. 3 Swords Divine suddenly said. However, before Tian Qiyuan could even respond, someone from the audience shouted, "Hold it! I also want to buy it." A crazed frenzy ensued, with people shouting their offers for the treasures. Even many of the blacksmiths there joined, as they wanted something to commemorate this event. Seeing this, Tian Qiyuan said, "I will just do the usual and let the Mystic Jade Auction Pavilion handle the sales of my treasures. If you want to go bid for it there." A second later, a figure from the audience gracefully jumped from the spectators' area to the arena. It was Qing. "It's our honor to serve you once again, Exalted Blacksmith. Do you want me to take the treasures off your hand now, so you don't need to make the travel later?" she asked. Tian Qiyuan nodded. "Sure. Take mine while you're at it." Eternal Blacksmith suddenly said. "Mine too." Heaven and Earth Blacksmith said. "Why, yes." Qing was ecstatic, feeling like she had struck gold. Once Qing collected all of the treasures, she asked, "Do you have a schedule in mind, or can we auction them as we see fit? Just sell them as soon as possible." Tian Qiyuan said. "Mine as well." Eternal Blacksmith said. "Same." Heaven and Earth Blacksmith followed. Sometime later, Qing left the Grand Elder Summit and returned to the Mystic Jade Auction Pavilion to immediately start the process. Seeing this, many of the audience also left to prepare for the upcoming auction. Before leaving, Eternal Blacksmith said, "Although I lost to you today, I won't lose the title of God of Creation. Dream on, old man. I will be the next god of blacksmith." Heaven and Earth Blacksmith declared. "Are you willing to bet your left nut on that declaration?" Tian Qiyuan chuckled. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's face immediately darkened. "Ha ha ha." Eternal Blacksmith laughed out loud as he flew away. Tian Qiyuan also left the scene shortly after. Once the Divine Blacksmiths were gone, the Grand Elder Summit quickly became empty. Tian Qiyuan went straight back to his own world, where he stored the void Meteoroid core. "I'm going to become the god of creation before I craft you," he muttered in a low voice before returning to his training in pursuit of the title of God of Creation. However, he needed to be able to craft celestial-grade treasures before he could even attempt the title. Several centuries passed. One day, Zi Xuan showed up in his world with more materials. "Hey, Qiyuan, it's been a while. How's your training?" She strolled into his home, treating it as though it was her own. "Same as usual. What kind of materials did you get me today?" he asked as if he already knew. This one, Zi Xuan showed him the material in her grasp. "With this, I only need 3 more materials for my masterpiece." "What kind of sword do you want today?" he asked. "I want a special one today." Zi Xuan pointed at his lower body and continued, "I want that sword." Tian Qiyuan fell silent after hearing her response, but he didn't appear surprised. Sometime after the competition for the Void Meteoroid core, Zi Xuan showed up at his place to celebrate his victory. One thing led to another, and it eventually led them into the bedroom, where they shared a passionate night with each other. Since then, Zi Xuan has ceased to be just a customer and has become something more, though they are not exactly dating. When you ask me like this, it feels like I'm selling my body for materials, Tian Qiyuan eventually said with a bittersweet smile. Is that so? Then here, it's a gift for you. Zi Xuan tossed the material at him. Once Tian Qiyuan caught it and stowed it away, she grabbed his wrist and pulled him toward the bedroom. It's been a while. Let me play with your sword. Tian Qiyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry in this situation, but he didn't exactly dislike it either. Chapter 1529 Divine Blacksmith Gathering. Chapter 1529 Divine Blacksmith Gathering 1529 Divine Blacksmith Gathering. After spending several days in each other's arms, Zi Xuan, her voice filled with curiosity, asked him while she rested on the bed, "How close are you to crafting your first celestial-grade treasure?" "I think I can start working on my first one in a few years," he confidently responded. "It'll be a sword, right?" "Of course. I can't wait to witness the birth of your first celestial-grade treasure. And don't start without me." "Don't worry, I'll contact you before I start." Zi Xuan left shortly after, and Tian Qiyuan returned to his training. 4 years later, Tian Qiyuan contacted Zi Xuan through her communication jade slip, notifying her that he would begin crafting his first-ever celestial-grade treasure. When she received this momentous news, Zi Xuan dropped whatever she was doing and rushed over to his world. By the time she had arrived, Tian Qiyuan was already in meditation, working on the celestial-grade treasure inside his head. Zi Xuan patiently waited for him, and 7 days later, he emerged from his meditation. Without uttering a word to Zi Xuan or even looking at her to acknowledge her presence, he immediately started refining the materials. Zi Xuan knew that he was completely focused and didn't dare to make any sounds. Even her breathing was kept to a minimum. Feng Tianru was already flying above him before he emerged from his meditation, so she started spewing flames the moment he approached the anvil. Ding! 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 Tian Qiyuan kept the rhythm constant for the next 2 months, only stopping to change the material. Due to the immense quality and durability of the materials, it typically takes weeks to refine just one material, even for a divine blacksmith. As for those without sufficient skills, they could hammer the material for the rest of their life, and it wouldn't budge. After spending 6 months just preparing the materials, Tian Qiyuan finally began crafting the sword. 1 month, 2 months, 6 months. After another year of hammering non-stop, Tian Qiyuan finally finished his first celestial-grade treasure. That took longer than I wanted. Tian Qiyuan immediately sat down the moment he finished, his body soaked in sweat. Zi Xuan approached him shortly after, her eyes flickering with excitement. "Congratulations, Qiyuan. You're now officially a true divine blacksmith. Now you can truly compete for the position of God of creation." "Thank you, but let's slow down a little." "Slow down?" "Knowing you, you probably have a 100% success rate with celestial-grade treasures and already qualify to become the next God of creation. You just need to prove yourself through the God of creation ceremony before you're recognized as one." Tian Qiyuan then said, "Yes, you're right. I am confident that I will never fail even a celestial-grade treasure." However, the God of Creation ceremony requires one to craft multiple celestial-grade treasures in one sitting. I will need at least another 1,000 years before I can confidently achieve that. Anyway, here you go. Tian Qiyuan suddenly extended his arm with the sword to Zi Xuan. "Huh?" Zi Xuan didn't instantly comprehend his words and stared at him with a dazed face. "It's a gift to you for keeping me company throughout the years. Besides Feng, you're the only one I can truly be myself around." Zi Xuan was speechless. This was the first time she's received a gift from him, after all. "Are you sure I can have it? It would sell for a fortune if you sold it." "I don't care about that kind of stuff. It's not like I don't have money, either. If I really need money, I could just make a few more and sell those. However, the first one will belong to you." "Thank you." Zi Xuan didn't know what else to say. Sometime later, Zi Xuan spoke Speaking of the God of Creation ceremony, Eternal Blacksmith recently announced that he would be partaking it in 2,000 years. Omicron M. Eternal Blacksmith, huh? He's been a divine blacksmith for hundreds of thousands of years. After all, did heaven and earth blacksmith say anything about it? He then asked, not that I know of. Is that so? Zi Xuan returned to the Unrivaled Nine Swords sect a few days later. Almost 1,000 years later, heaven and earth blacksmith suddenly announced that he would be doing the God of Creation ceremony in a year, shocking the world. It was clear that heaven and earth blacksmith wanted to beat Eternal Blacksmith to it, but many couldn't help but wonder if had been too hasty with this decision. After all, a blacksmith could only attempt the God of Creation ceremony 3 times in their lifetime, and heaven and earth blacksmith already attempted it once. Have you heard? Heaven and earth blacksmith will be taking his God of Creation ceremony in a year. Zi Xuan visited Tian Qiyuan after hearing this news. Really? I guess I'll have to put my training on hold to watch it. Zi Xuan then realized something. Oh, right. It's customary for all divine blacksmiths to witness the God of Creation ceremony. So ITLL be a divine blacksmith gathering. Where is he going to do it? Tian Qiyuan asked a moment later. The Grand Elder Summit, she said. That place again, huh? Sometime later, Tian Qiyuan and Zi Xuan made their way to the Grand Elder Summit to watch Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's God of Creation ceremony. A crowd had already gathered, even though there was still a month until the God of Creation ceremony. And within this crowd was Eternal Blacksmith, as well as 5 other divine blacksmiths. Besides Exalted Blacksmith, Eternal Blacksmith, and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, there were 5 other divine blacksmiths in their era. These 5 divine blacksmiths were Relentless Blacksmith, Fiery Heaven Blacksmith, Yin-Yang Blacksmith, Silver Flame Blacksmith, and Star Forging Blacksmith. Even though he's been a blacksmith for thousands of years, this was Tian Qiyuan's first time seeing the other divine blacksmith besides Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith. It's an honor to meet my seniors. Tian Qiyuan bowed to them in a respectful manner. Chapter 1530 God of Creation Ceremony. Chapter 1530 God of Creation Ceremony. 1530 God of Creation Ceremony. Exalted Blacksmith, huh? You're all that I've been hearing about lately. It's nice to meet you finally. Star Forging Blacksmith stood up and extended his arms to bow respectfully. There's no need to call us seniors when you're already above us in terms of skills. Relentless Blacksmith said. Despite his youth and relative inexperience, Tian Qiyuan's skills were already surpassing those of his elders. In their world, skill was the ultimate measure of seniority. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith suddenly sneered. Humph. Is he really as good as they say? I know he won against Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith in a competition, but that doesn't mean much to me. I'm not convinced by you, Exalted Blacksmith. You came out of the blue with all of these ridiculous achievements. You're more suspicious than anything, and whatever you're hiding, you'll be sure to expose it. You can ignore him, Exalted Blacksmith. He's a very jealous man with a few missing brain cells. None of us takes him seriously. Silver Flame Blacksmith, the only female divine blacksmith, said with a smile on her face. The fuck did you just say, you silver-haired bitch? They'll fucking kill you. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith roared. As you can see, he truly lives up to his name with his fiery temper. But don't worry, he's all bark and no bite. Yin-Yang Blacksmith laughed out loud. Exalted Blacksmith, come join me. I have a spot here for you and your friend. Eternal Blacksmith pointed at the seats beside him. Tian Qiyuan nodded and sat beside him. Once he was seated, Eternal Blacksmith asked him, what do you think about Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's decision to perform his God of Creation ceremony? I can't really say since I don't know him well enough. What do you think? You've been rivals for a long time, right? Tian Qiyuan said. Indeed, we've been rivals for the longest, ever since we were mere apprentice blacksmiths at the academy. Even during our time at the academy, he would always try to one-up me and end up screwing himself over. I want to say that ITLL be different this time, but I truthfully don't think he's ready yet. However, I'd be more than happy if he proves me wrong. Eternal Blacksmith said. Despite being rivals, the two of them were also friends. If he fails the God of Creation ceremony this time, he'll only have one more chance left, which will put immense pressure on him. Silver Flame Blacksmith said. All of the divine blacksmiths besides Tian Qiyuan have attempted the God of Creation ceremony once, with Heaven and Earth Blacksmith attempting his second one. When will you perform your first God of Creation ceremony? Exalted Blacksmith. Star Forging Blacksmith inquired out of curiosity. Tian Qiyuan smiled behind his mask and said, I'll be a while before I attempt the God of Creation ceremony. Huh? He can't even craft celestial-grade treasures yet. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith sneered. Tian Qiyuan did not reveal that had already successfully crafted a celestial-grade treasure, so only Zi Xuan was aware of this information. He only intended to do so when he was prepared for the God of Creation ceremony. Sometime later, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith showed up at the Grand Elder Summit with 7 other individuals. These individuals were from the ancient Anvil Association, a vast community of blacksmiths. To be acknowledged as an official blacksmith, one must receive a permit from the ancient Anvil Association. The elders of the ancient Anvil Association must also be present to witness the God of Creation ceremony. Only with their presence would it be considered legitimate. Sometime later, one of the individuals from the ancient Anvil Association hovered above the arena and spoke loudly. Welcome to Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's second attempt at the God of Creation ceremony. In order to be acknowledged as the God of Creation, one must have at least a 25% success rate. During the God of Creation ceremony, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith will attempt to craft 25 celestial-grade treasures, and he has 100 attempts to do so. Due to the number of celestial-grade treasures that must be crafted, the God of Creation ceremony typically lasts over a century. Now, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith will give a brief speech. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith rose into the air before speaking. I am aware that my God of Creation ceremony may appear rushed, but I guarantee you that's not the case, and I will prove it to you by becoming the next God of Creation. When Heaven and Earth Blacksmith spoke, his gaze remained on Eternal Blacksmith for the longest. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith kept his speech short and immediately began preparing for the God of Creation ceremony. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith will now be given 1 year to prepare. The Ancient Anvil Association announced. Then, a Tier 8 Array Master appeared to create a formation around Heaven and Earth Blacksmith to prevent any disturbance. Once Heaven and Earth Blacksmith closed his eyes, the audience immediately began speaking with each other, while many of them also closed their eyes to cultivate. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith seems pretty confident. Maybe he's just putting up the act. Have some faith in him, will y'all? Meanwhile, Tian Qiyuan closed his eyes to practice inside his head. I'm going to cultivate. You don't need to wait for me, he said to Zi Xuan, who nodded. Most people tend to watch the God of Creation ceremony for a few days to weeks before leaving. After all, nobody was expected to witness the entire ceremony, which could last for over a century. While all individuals from the Ancient Anvil Association must be present, only 3 are required to watch the ceremony, so they take turns watching Heaven and Earth Blacksmith while the others cultivate. A year later, the Heaven and Earth Blacksmith emerged from his cultivation and began crafting his first celestial-grade treasure, marking the commencement of the God of Creation ceremony. So it's finally begun. Eternal Blacksmith mumbled as he prepared himself to watch the entire ceremony without missing a moment. Chapter 1531, God of Creation Ceremony 2. Chapter 1531, God of Creation Ceremony 2. 1531, God of Creation Ceremony 2. In order to complete the God of Creation ceremony and become the next God of Creation, one must not only successfully 25 celestial-grade treasures within 100 attempts, but also craft 5 different types of weapons. So Heaven and Earth Blacksmith could not just craft his specialties. For his first treasure, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith went for gauntlets, which he succeeded after spending almost 2 years on it. His second crafted treasure also turned out to be gauntlets, but it took him 2 attempts to do so. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed since Heaven and Earth Blacksmith started his God of Creation ceremony, and he had just finished his second celestial grade treasure. His third, fourth, and fifth treasures also turn out to be gauntlets, but that took him 5 attempts. By this point, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was 20 years into his God of Creation ceremony, with 5 celestial grade treasures and 7 failures. With 80 attempts and 20 celestial grade treasures left to craft, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was doing pretty well. Since he had to craft 5 different types of treasures, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was limited to 5 treasures of each type, so he had to craft a different type of treasure for his next one. For his 6th creation, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith decided to craft the bow. He continued crafting the bow until his 11th celestial grade treasure. 50 years have passed since Heaven and Earth Blacksmith started his God of Creation ceremony, and due to fatigue, it was taking him longer to craft each treasure. Once the God of Creation ceremony began, there would be no breaks until it was completed. Most of the audience that were there on the first day had already left, but the audience remained pretty crowded with constant newcomers. Zi Xuan left after 5 years, but Tian Qiyuan remained. He spent most of his time in meditation and only woke up every few years to see Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's progress. The only person there who watched from the beginning without taking any breaks was Eternal Blacksmith, who was determined to witness Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's entire ceremony. When Heaven and Earth Blacksmith finished his 15th celestial grade treasure, had used up 47 attempts. While having 53 attempts to complete 10 celestial grade treasures may seem promising, one must consider the Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's fatigue and the fact that he would be crafting treasures outside his area of expertise, which would significantly increase his failure rate. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith started crafting spears for his 16th celestial grade treasure. By the time he finished his 20th treasure, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith only had 16 attempts left to craft the last 5 treasures. Do you think he'll do it? Yang Blacksmith questioned out loud as Heaven and Earth Blacksmith started his 21st treasure. Impossible. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith responded without a hint of doubt in his voice. I also think it won't happen, unfortunately. Star Forging Blacksmith shook his head. 30 years later, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith crafted his 23rd celestial grade treasure. Unfortunately, he only had 3 more attempts for the last 2 treasures. Unless he performs a miracle, he'll have to try again on his 3rd and final God of Creation ceremony. Eternal Blacksmith sighed. For his final attempts, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's movements were sluggish and full of mistakes. To him, it felt like there were mountains attached to his arms, and he was trying to hammer something underwater. In the end, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith failed the God of Creation ceremony with 23 celestial grade treasures, being only 2 away from the coveted God of Creation position. Very few people actually believed Heaven and Earth Blacksmith would pass the ceremony, so nobody was surprised when he actually failed. Good try. Eternal Blacksmith approached him after the ceremony ended. I thought I could do it, but alas. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith sat beside the anvil, surrounded by a dispirited aura. Don't sweat it, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith. You still have 1 more attempt. Relentless Blacksmith patted him on the back. Indeed, but I want to need a 3rd attempt. Eternal Blacksmith suddenly declared, I will become the next God of Creation. If you want my title, you'll have to challenge me for it. I can't wait. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith chuckled bitterly. Once Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's God of Creation ceremony was concluded, everyone returned to doing their own things. As time passed, and Eternal Blacksmith's God of Creation ceremony approached, Eternal Blacksmith suddenly declared that he would be delaying his ceremony for another 1,000 years. Omicron M, although his decision to delay his ceremony left many disappointed, nobody blamed him for wanting to take more time to prepare. Some believed that Heaven and Earth Blacksmith failure had influenced him to make this decision, but nobody could be certain. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. It was almost time for Eternal Blacksmith's God of Creation ceremony. Eternal Blacksmith chose to perform his ceremony at the Grand Elder Summit as well, and all of the divine blacksmiths gathered once again on the day of Eternal Blacksmith ceremony. We are gathered once again for another god of creation ceremony. This time, Eternal Blacksmith will be the one partaking in the ceremony. The ancient Anvil Association declared, "Thank you all for coming here today. First and foremost, I would like to apologize for delaying this. I unexpectedly experienced enlightenment right before it was time for my ceremony and wanted to take some more time solidifying my new foundation." Eternal Blacksmith revealed the true reason for delaying his ceremony for 1,000 years, which greatly surprised everyone. To think he would experience enlightenment at his level. I guess this is the end of our rivalry. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith sighed after learning of this. Eternal Blacksmith continued, "Not only will I complete the God of Creation ceremony, but I will do so in less than 50 attempts." His bold declaration shocked everyone there. Heavens! In less than 50 attempts? Just what kind of enlightenment did he experience? Silver Flame Blacksmith exclaimed in a shocked voice. Such a bold claim. I wonder what kind of performance he'll show us. Young Blacksmith muttered. Without further elaborating on his declaration, Eternal Blacksmith went into meditation to prepare for the God of Creation ceremony. Chapter 1532, The New God of Creation. Chapter 1532, The New God of Creation. 1532, The New God of Creation. What do you think of Eternal Blacksmith's declaration? Zi Xuan asked Tian Qiyuan out of curiosity. It would be amazing if he actually achieves such a feat, he calmly responded. Really? You're not worried? Why should I be? Tian Qiyuan responded, his voice tinged with a hint of indifference. He'll become the next god of creation, you know. So what? It's not like that position will be his forever. I can still challenge for it. Don't you have to beat his record if you want to become the god of creation after him? Zi Xuan asked. Yes, and I also have to defeat him in a match. If the position of god of creation is already occupied, anyone who challenges that title must not only surpass the god of creation's record during their god of creation ceremony, but also defeat them in a one-on-one match. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and Eternal Blacksmith emerged from his meditation and immediately began hammering away. Once the Eternal Blacksmith began working, it took only moments for the other divine blacksmiths to notice a significant change in the way he struck the material. His movements were more refined and carried a profound quality that even they could not fully comprehend. My lord, he's improved so much. It's like he became a different person. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith exclaimed in a shocked voice. He was the most familiar with the way Eternal Blacksmith smithied, so he was the most surprised out of everyone there. Looks like it wasn't just any ordinary enlightenment. Star Forging Blacksmith mumbled. Since when was there ordinary enlightenments? No matter how minor or major, an enlightenment is still an enlightenment. Even a minor enlightenment could transform a carp into a dragon, drastically improving them. Silver Flame Blacksmith said, and if you consider Eternal Blacksmith's already deep understanding and vast experience, even a minor enlightenment would be unfathomably profound. Relentless Blacksmith added, Eternal Blacksmith's first creation was a dagger. Unlike Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, Eternal Blacksmith wanted to get the weapon types he didn't excel at out of the way while he still had plenty of energy, as that would give him the highest success rate. His first creation was a success, and so was his second. He failed his third attempt, but succeeded on his fourth attempt. Eternal Blacksmith proceeded to succeed every other creation. 30 years passed swiftly, and Eternal Blacksmith was on his 30th attempt and 14th creation, which he succeeded in creating. Eternal Blacksmith now had 15 successful creations while being only on his 31st attempt, so he had 19 more attempts to craft the remaining 10 treasures to fulfill his own declaration. Holy shit. Even if he doesn't complete the ceremony within 50 attempts, it's almost guaranteed that he'll become the next god of creation. The audience was at a loss for words. 15 years later, with exactly 10 attempts left, Eternal Blacksmith only needed 4 more treasures to complete the ceremony and become the next god of creation. After another 15 years, Eternal Blacksmith had 3 attempts left, and he only needed one more treasure to have 25 celestial-grade treasures crafted. Exactly 2.5 years later, Eternal Blacksmith successfully crafted his 25th celestial-grade treasures on his 49th attempt, completing the God of Creation ceremony and becoming the next God of Creation. The audience erupted with celebration. However, the God of Creation ceremony itself has yet to end, and Eternal Blacksmith continued to craft his next treasure. Even though he only needed 25 celestial-grade treasures to become the next God of Creation, he still had 51 attempts left to craft as many celestial-grade treasures as possible, and anyone who challenges his title afterward will be required to beat that record for as long as Eternal Blacksmith lives. After another 100 years, Eternal Blacksmith finished the God of Creation ceremony with exactly 40 celestial-grade treasures created. Heavens! He nearly doubled the requirement to become the God of Creation. This is a new record. Not only did Eternal Blacksmith become the next God of Creation, he's also the most successful one. Does this mean he's now the Eternal God of Creation, or just God of Creation? Once the God of Creation ceremony ended, all of the blacksmiths there went to congratulate the newest God of Creation. Congratulations on your achievement, God of Creation. Enyang Blacksmith respectfully bowed to him. You've bested me, God of Creation. I, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, admit defeat. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith lowered his head in a humble manner. Just you wait, God of Creation. He'll snatch that title away from you soon. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith declared. Congratulations, God of Creation. I cannot wait to see what your future creations. Star Forging Blacksmith said. Let's have a drink later, God of Creation. Silver Flame Blacksmith said. It was quite the show, God of Creation. When I perform my ceremony, he'll make sure to give you an even better show. Tian Qiyuan said to him. Oh, really? I cannot wait. God of Creation smiled at him. News of Eternal Blacksmith becoming the next God of Creation had spread throughout the 9 heavens long before he even finished the ceremony, but the banquet to celebrate his new title did not happen until a year after the ceremony ended. During the next several thousand years with the Eternal Blacksmith as the God of Creation, Tian Qiyuan rarely made any public appearances and even ceased selling his treasures. His absence led many to initially wonder if something had happened to him, but over time, people stopped talking about him, almost as if he no longer existed. The other divine blacksmiths, excluding Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, attempted their second God of Creation ceremony during this time. Star Forging Blacksmith and Relentless Blacksmith barely managed to craft 25 celestial-grade treasures during their ceremony, but neither of them came close to Eternal Blacksmith's record of 40, so they won't become the next God of Creation. However, once Eternal Blacksmith retires as the God of Creation, the two of them may compete with each other to replace him. Meanwhile, secluded in his own world, Tian Qiyuan quietly honed his smithing skills and increased his endurance over the years. Zi Xuan rarely visited him because she knew what he was doing and didn't want to disturb him. In the blink of an eye, 9,000 years had passed since the Eternal Blacksmith became the God of Creation. Then, on an otherwise ordinary day, the Exalted Blacksmith reemerged, announcing with shocking news that he would be performing the God of Creation ceremony. Chapter 1533 Ancient Anvil Association. Chapter 1533 Ancient Anvil Association. 1533 Ancient Anvil Association. Have you heard? Exalted Blacksmith has returned and announced that he would be doing the God of Creation ceremony. No way. The one who disappeared from the world after Eternal Blacksmith became the God of Creation 9,000 years ago. When is he going to do the God of Creation ceremony? He said he's going to do it next month. Next month? That's too soon. Once news of Tian Qiyuan's God of Creation ceremony spread, people from around the world flocked to the Grand Elder Summit, where he would perform the ceremony. The Grand Elder Summit, again? ITLL definitely become a tradition to perform the ceremony there from now on. At the Grand Elder Summit, countless people gathered there, including the divine blacksmiths, as well as the God of Creation. I knew he was training in seclusion but I didn't anticipate he would perform the God of Creation ceremony this soon. Silver Flame Blacksmith said out loud. It's been around 10,000 years since he became a divine blacksmith, right? This is a little too soon, no matter how I look at it. Star Forging Blacksmith sighed. Can he even craft celestial-grade treasures? I bet he rushed to perform the ceremony the moment he crafted his first celestial-grade treasure. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith laughed in a mocking tone. What do you think of Exalted Blacksmith's decision to perform the ceremony, God of Creation? Heaven and Earth Blacksmith asked him. God of Creation pondered for a moment before responding. He crafted his first Empyrean-grade treasure around 10,000 years ago. Even if he's managed to improve enough to craft celestial-grade treasures with this little time, I cannot imagine he could have achieved a high success rate. Relentless Blacksmith nodded in agreement with God of Creation and said, I share the same sentiment. No matter how talented you are, there is a limit to what you can achieve. All of us performed our first God of Creation ceremony after 100,000 years of achieving celestial-grade treasure, too. Let's bet on how much treasure he'll craft. He'll bet a glistening cold or on 5. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith suddenly said. That sounds fun. He'll bet a 9-inch long and 3-inch thick ancient burning wood on 12. Relentless Blacksmith said. The others also joined in on the fun. Can I join you guys? A new voice suddenly resounded. The group of divine blacksmiths turned to look at the person who had just spoken simultaneously. If it isn't the sword goddess, of course, you can join on the fun. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith said, knowing that she was a friend of Tian Qiyuan. So what's your bet? Fiery Heaven Blacksmith asked. He'll bet this. Zi Xuan retrieved an entire golden celestial tree from her spatial ring, shocking everyone there. You're betting an entire golden celestial tree. And it's at least 1,000,000 years old. Yang Blacksmith exclaimed in a shocked voice. Is it too much? They'll change it if you don't want it, Zi Xuan casually said. Who said anything about not wanting it? If you want to bet that, by all means. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith laughed. What is your prediction? Silver Flame Blacksmith asked. Without hesitation, Zi Xuan responded with a calm smile on her face. He'll bet on 100. Huh? Everyone paying attention to their little gamble raised their eyebrows in a puzzled manner after hearing her words, most of them believing they had misheard her. Did I hear you correctly? That you'd bet on Exalted Blacksmith crafting 100 celestial-grade treasures during the ceremony? God of Creation asked with a look of disbelief on his face. Indeed, you heard me correctly. Zi Xuan calmly nodded her head. After a moment of silence, Fiery Heaven Blacksmith burst out laughing. Ha ha! If you're trying to donate that golden celestial tree to one of us, just say so. There's no need to utter such nonsense. The other divine blacksmiths also laughed out loud. None of them could take Zi Xuan seriously after all. All right, since everyone is having fun, he'll join too. God of Creation said as he retrieved a rare material from his spatial ring. He'll bet on 20. 20? You're overestimating him too much, God of Creation. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith shook his head. We'll see about that. He calmly said. The people who sat around them wanted to join in on the fun, but none of them had the guts to do so, as the divine blacksmith presence was simply too much for them, not to mention the God of Creation himself. Sometime later, Tian Qiyuan showed up at the Grand Elder Summit. However, there was an issue that most of the people there immediately noticed. Huh? Where's the ancient Anvil Association? Star Forging Blacksmith questioned out loud. Perhaps they're running late? Silver Flame Blacksmith said. There's no way they would be late to the God of Creation ceremony. It's sacred for them. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith said. Exalted Blacksmith, where's the ancient Anvil Association? You are aware that their presence is essential for the ceremony's legitimacy, are you not? The God of Creation inquired. Tian Qiyuan looked at him and said, I know, but I don't think they'll show up. Why is that? God of Creation became even more puzzled. Because I refuse to be associated with them, he calmly said. What? You're telling me that you've been an unofficial blacksmith this entire time? Heaven and Earth Blacksmith exclaimed in a bewildered voice. That's right. Tian Qiyuan calmly nodded. To be officially recognized as a blacksmith, One must register with the Ancient Anvil Association. Impossible. How come the Ancient Anvil Association hasn't mentioned this before? Silver Flame Blacksmith asked, her voice filled with disbelief. More importantly, why did you refuse to accept them? They're recognized by almost every blacksmith in the world, the god of creation asked. It's simply a matter of pettiness, Qiyuan replied with a casual shrug. We had some disagreements in the past, and I've held a grudge ever since. His words left everyone speechless. Chapter 1534 Exalted Blacksmith Ceremony. Chapter 1534 Exalted Blacksmith Ceremony. 1534 Exalted Blacksmith Ceremony. Disagreement? What kind? Zi Xuan asked, her curiosity piqued. I'm glad you asked, Qiyuan said, seemingly eager to expose the Ancient Anvil Association. When I was still young and inexperienced, I went to register at the Ancient Anvil Association. However, when they saw the treasure I crafted, they claimed I was too young to have such skills and called me a fraud, even stealing the first treasure I ever created from me that day. The audience was left speechless by this unexpected experience Qiyuan had with the Ancient Anvil Association. I understand your frustration, but the Ancient Anvil Association is a massive background with hundreds of thousands of workers. You cannot hold a grudge against the entire faction over a single bad individual. God of creation, try to reason with him. Indeed, they are, and I gave them another chance 1,000 years later. Although I was no longer called a fraud, they tried to swindle me by making me sign some nonsense contract that would give them a large portion of my future sales as a blacksmith. When I refused, they threatened to end my career as a blacksmith. Qiyuan sneered, his voice dripping with resentment. In order to receive a license from the Ancient Anvil Association, every blacksmith must sign a contract that would give the association a small portion of their earnings. This contract varied depending on the individual and their background, so everyone had different experiences. When the blacksmiths heard about Qiyuan's experience, some felt his pain because they also had to give more than others. Qiyuan was not finished speaking and continued. In fact, the person who branded me as a fraud and stole my treasure is the current head of the Ancient Anvil Association. So I will never associate myself with them, even if I will never be recognized as an official blacksmith. The entire place was dead silent as they listened to Qiyuan, and many blacksmiths sympathized with him. Anyway, I don't care about the Ancient Anvil Association. So what if they're not here to witness my God of creation ceremony? Why is their presence necessary for the ceremony to become authentic? Are the people here watching not enough to authenticate the ceremony? Is the ceremony itself not good enough? Then we might as well rename it to Ancient Anvil Association's God of Creation Assessment. Qiyuan sneered. Eventually, someone from the audience shouted, "Yeah, since when did the Ancient Anvil Association become so powerful that they can determine the authenticity of the ceremony? Fuck, why do we have to register at the Ancient Anvil Association to be recognized as an official blacksmith? And why do we have to give them a portion of our income just for their recognition? That's plain robbery." After Qiyuan revealed his strained relationship with the Ancient Anvil Association, the audience, filled with blacksmiths, erupted in curses directed at the association. It was obvious that the Ancient Anvil Association had wronged many people, but they were too afraid to speak up due to the association's immense influence. However, now that Qiyuan, a renowned divine blacksmith, had openly criticized them, it opened the floodgates, with wronged blacksmiths rushing forward to voice their grievances. Although the Ancient Anvil Association wasn't present physically, they witnessed the spectacle through a treasure that allowed them to see events from afar, typically used to observe crowded gatherings from the comfort of their own homes. Damn it! Is this why Exalted Blacksmith refused to register at our Ancient Anvil Association? Leader, please tell me he's lying. The elders at the association turned to their current head for answers. None of them knew of the drama between Qiyuan and their association because it was never mentioned until today. However, they always found it weird that Exalted Blacksmith never tried to register at their association. Some had even personally gone to recruit him, but they were all turned away without explanation. Ashamed, they kept this quiet, leading the public to believe Tian Qiyuan was already with them. However, if what Tian Qiyuan said was true, it clarified everything. The current head of the ancient Anvil Association, Yao Tao, had a dark expression on his face as he tried to recall the past. After thinking for a long moment, he could vaguely recall calling some young brat a fraud before taking away their weapon. Fuck, that darn brat was the Exalted Blacksmith. He cried inwardly, his back soaked in sweat when he realized his own fault. Tian Qiyuan was only a teenager when he tried to sign up at the Ancient Anvil Association, bringing with him a peak, quality spirit-grade treasure. Yao Tao, however, didn't believe a teenager without any background or master could possibly craft something even a master blacksmith would have trouble creating. Therefore, Yao Tao kicked Tian Qiyuan out, but not before confiscating his treasure. What should we do now, leader? Should we show up for his ceremony? One of the elders asked in a worried tone. After everything he said about us? Not a chance. Someone else said, let's refute his claims and then call him out for slandering us with lies. Even if what he said is true, there's no way for him to prove it. Another suggested. After a long conversation, Yao Tao came to a decision. We will refute his claims and go after him for slandering us. As elderly said, there's no way for him to prove his claims, something that happened thousands of years ago. Our ancient Anvil Association has existed for millions of years. We'll not allow a single individual to run our reputation to the ground. He'll soon make a fool of himself with the God of Creation ceremony, too. Once the ceremony ends, we will confront him together. Sometime later, Tian Qiyuan prepared to begin the God of Creation ceremony. Even though it was not official, and without the presence of the Ancient Anvil Association, nobody wanted to miss this occasion. As of this moment, countless people from around the world were spectating Tian Qiyuan's ceremony. I will now begin my God of Creation ceremony. Thank you all for being here. Tian Qiyuan gave the audience a quick bow before retrieving a large mountain of materials and placing them on the ground. Typically, the Ancient Anvil Association supplied the materials for the God of Creation ceremony and kept every treasure crafted during the event. However, without the association present, Tian Qiyuan had to use his own materials. Fortunately, there was no limitations on the type of materials used for the ceremony as long as the results created from it was celestial grade. After taking out the materials, Tian Qiyuan immediately started refining them, leaving the spectators speechless. What the hell? He's going straight into it without any mental preparations. I've never seen anyone do this before. Relentless Blacksmith exclaimed in a shocked voice. Did he forget? I also made many mistakes during my first ceremony. Silver Flame Blacksmith muttered. Ha ha, what a fool. He'll definitely win this bet. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith laughed out loud, even slapping his thighs. I'm truly speechless. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith sighed. The whole audience was left bewildered by Tian Qiyuan's actions. Nobody knew if it was a mistake or done on purpose, but they were certain that Head messed up severely by not taking the time to prepare for it. As Tian Qiyuan neared his first month of the ceremony, he started forming the shape of the weapon. What? He's already almost done? Impossible. It's only been a month. Star Forging Blacksmith stood up in shock. Looks like he's craft swords first. Yin-Yang Blacksmith mumbled. After another week, Tian Qiyuan finished his first treasure. Heavens, he really crafted a celestial-grade treasure in a month. Even the God of Creation requires half a year to do so. The other blacksmiths muttered to each other. Tian Qiyuan immediately moved on to his second treasure. Another month later, he began forming its shape. Huh, he's crafting a dagger this time? Once again, Tian Qiyuan's unpredictable actions left the audience confused and speechless. He's done it. He successfully crafted 2 treasures in a row. In 2 months, too. How long will he be able to continue at this pace? A month later, Tian Qiyuan crafted his third treasure, a bow. Then, in another month, he crafted a spear for his fourth treasure. For the fifth treasure, he crafted a fan. In less than half a year, Tian Qiyuan successfully crafted 5 treasures with 5 attempts. The audience was so shocked that they could only silently watch him continue with wide eyes, their body numb. This can't be. He's definitely cheating somehow. There's no way he crafted 5 celestial-grade treasures in a row, much less in 5 months. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith suddenly blurted out loud. However, God of Creation responded in a serious tone. Can you prove that he's cheating? With so many people watching his every move, wouldn't someone have already noticed it if he was cheating? Or are you saying that he's skillful enough to cheat in front of so many people, including me? That's exactly what I am saying. There's no way he's able to achieve this legitimately. Then shut your mouth and keep watching closely. Since you're so confident he's cheating, prove it. Star Forging Blacksmith said, without taking his eyes off Tian Qiyuan. It was inevitable that some people would think Tian Qiyuan was cheating. However, without any proof, they can only continue watching until they can expose him. Zi Xuan was the only one in the audience who watched with a calm expression, free of any suspicion in her gaze. "Welcome back, Exalted Blacksmith," she mumbled. Chapter 1535 Fraud. Chapter 1535 Fraud. 1535 Fraud. A full year had passed since Tian Qiyuan began his God of Creation ceremony, and he had crafted 10 celestial-grade treasures within 10 attempts, meaning he hadn't failed once since he started. More and more people became skeptical and doubted his legitimacy. Yet, no one could figure out his methods, and continued to watch in amazement as Tian Qiyuan showcased his unfathomable prowess. Fuck, how the hell is he doing this? I refuse to believe that he's doing this without any tricks. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith began biting his nails in frustration as he continued to analyze every movement Tian Qiyuan made to expose his tricks, but to no avail. He couldn't fathom how Tian Qiyuan was refining the materials so quickly and how he would successfully craft a celestial-grade treasure every time. As Tian Qiyuan continued to defy all logic and common sense, the God of Creation ceremony entered its 3rd year. Tian Qiyuan kept his ridiculous pace by producing a celestial-grade treasure nearly every month, reaching 22 celestial-grade treasures by the end of the 2nd year. Of course, his 100% success rate remained, and he had 78 attempts left to defeat the current God of Creation's record of 40. Tian Qiyuan's flawless performance left the God of Creation deeply perplexed. On one hand, he wanted to believe in Tian Qiyuan's talent. On the other hand, it was almost too extraordinary to accept, even though he couldn't find any fault in Tian Qiyuan's work. However, it made absolutely zero sense for Tian Qiyuan to cheat before so many people and in such an obvious manner, no less. If one wanted to cheat, it shouldn't be so exaggerated and obvious. Tian Qiyuan himself had an unshakable reputation throughout the years. While everybody was suspicious of his skills at first, he quickly proved himself to be the real deal, not to mention the competition he participated in for the Void Meteoroid core. If his talents are truly real and not fabricated, this world might not be ready for someone like him. God of Creation sighed inwardly. After another 2 years, Tian Qiyuan approached the God of Creation's record of 40. Although his crafting speed had slowed down slightly, it was still outrageously fast. Ding! Ding! Clang! Tian Qiyuan successfully crafted his 40th treasure on his 40th attempt. Unless he failed to create a single treasure within the next 60 attempts, it was essentially certain that Tian Qiyuan would become the next God of Creation. A month later, nobody was surprised when Tian Qiyuan created his 41st treasure. Good heavens, what in heaven's name is happening? Is this even real? Even if he fails to create a single treasure with the rest of his attempts, he's already smashed the previous record with an unprecedented 41 treasures in a row. Do you think the God of Creation will accept this result? He might argue it's an unofficial ceremony. With so many witnesses, even heaven itself would not dare to deny Exalted Blacksmith's achievement because of some arbitrary rule made up by the ancient Anvil Association. I kind of pity the god of creation. He's only held on to that title for 10,000 years, which is probably the shortest time someone has sat in that position. Exalted Blacksmith still has to defeat the god of creation in a one-on-one match to acquire his title officially, right? Nothing is guaranteed. Someone said, "Are you blind?" Even the god of creation cannot craft more than 3 celestial-grade treasures in a row, much less 41. I'd be surprised if he doesn't hand over his title without the match, since the outcome is already obvious. The god of creation would lose more face if he were to participate in such an obvious match than just to hand over his title, since that would show his denial. And I would not be surprised if it turns out the Exalted Blacksmith has been cheating this entire time. His talents are too good to be true. He's just way ahead of his time, that's all. Also, how can he cheat with so many expert blacksmiths around? There's no way he hasn't been exposed already if that were the case. The audience continued to argue with each other regarding the legitimacy of Tian Qiyuan's ceremony. Once Tian Qiyuan crafted his 50th treasure, his speed slowed down to a treasure every 2 months instead of 1. 60, 70, 80, Tian Qiyuan crafted his 80th celestial-grade treasure in a row 6 years later. By now, the audience had grown numb and was no longer shocked. They only had one thing in their mind: whether Tian Qiyuan would become the first person in history to craft 100 celestial-grade treasures in a row or not. Tian Qiyuan's speed slowed down again after his 80th treasure. Instead of taking 2 to 3 months to craft a treasure, he needed 5 to 7 months. 10 years later, Tian Qiyuan used his final attempt to craft the 100th treasure. The audience held their breaths as they prepared to witness history being made right in front of their very eyes. As Tian Qiyuan formed the shape of the final treasure, nearly everybody in the upper heavens had their eyes on him. It's a sword. His final treasure is a sword. Ding, clang, ding, 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 ding. After spending an entire year on his final treasure, Tian Qiyuan successfully crafted his 100th treasure, becoming the first ever individual to perform a flawless god of creation ceremony. The audience erupted with cheers, but there were also many who still doubted the legitimacy of his performance. Exalted Blacksmith, you fucking fraud. Do you really expect us to believe that you had crafted 100 celestial-grade treasures in a row? Fiery Heaven Blacksmith was the loudest with the curses. If you're gonna bullshit, at least make it believable. I cannot believe I wasted so much time watching this nonsense. Fraud. 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 Of course, the ancient Anvil Association had planted some of its own people within the crowd to oppose Tian Qiyuan and discredit him. Where's the proof that he's a fraud? Everyone saw his performance, but nobody could prove that he was cheating, right? I didn't see anything suspicious, and I watched the entire ceremony without blinking. Surely, you have something to say about this, god of creation. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith suddenly turned to look at him. The audience temporarily became silent as they waited for the god of creation's response. God of creation quietly sat in his seat with a pondering expression on his face. Head watched the entire ceremony from beginning to end without missing a thing. Yet he couldn't find anything that would expose Tian Qiyuan as a cheater. However, his own pride and experience couldn't accept the fact that Tian Qiyuan had such unfathomable capabilities. After a long moment of silence, the god of creation solemnly spoke as he stared at Tian Qiyuan's figure. Although I did not see anything suspicious during the ceremony, nor can I prove that Head cheated, common sense tells me that what Head done is simply impossible. Exalted Blacksmith, you disappoint me. I thought you were someone of integrity and respected you, but to do something like this during the sacred god of creation ceremony, you've committed blasphemy. Why, you can't be serious. Zi Xuan was the first to respond to God of Creation's verdict. However, once the God of Creation gave his verdict, nobody dared to refute him, even if they believed in Tian Qiyuan. Despite being called a fraud, Tian Qiyuan did not show any signs of anger, and remained tranquil. He responded a moment later. Are you really that reluctant to hand over your title? I don't blame you, though, since you only got to enjoy it for a short 10,000 years. Don't worry. I don't care enough about the title to fight you for it, anyway. The only reason I performed this ceremony was for my own satisfaction. It would have been nice if I was recognized as the god of creation, but whether I have such a title or not won't have any effect on my capabilities as a blacksmith. As a matter of fact, I do not need anyone's approval. I don't craft treasures to prove myself. I do it because I enjoy it and it benefits me. To those of you who still believe in me and recognize me as the next god of creation, thank you. Unfortunately, it appears that I am not destined to be the next god of creation. Tian Qiyuan waved his sleeves, collecting all 100 celestial grade treasures. Anyway, call me a fraud if you want. You may be able to deceive yourself and even the world, but as long as you can't prove that I cheated, you won't be able to get rid of that doubt hidden deep within your soul, and you'll eventually be consumed by it. After saying such words, Tian Qiyuan vanished in a thin air before everyone's eyes like a ghost, leaving the entire world speechless. Shortly after Tian Qiyuan's disappearance, the ancient Anvil Association showed up at the Grand Elder Summit to further smear Tian Qiyuan's image. As you have all witnessed, Exalted Blacksmith is a fraud that cannot be trusted. Not only did he slander our association with false claims, but he even dared to commit blasphemy during the God of Creation ceremony. Yao Tao said, our ancient Anvil Association has known about this for a long time now, hence why we refuse to recognize him as an official blacksmith. We haven't said anything until now, because we need solid proof to expose him. I shall repeat this once again. Exalted Blacksmith is a fraud. Yeah, he's a fraud. I cannot believe I'd spent so much money purchasing his weapons before. Fuck. I also commissioned him for a weapon. He'll destroy that thing once I get home. After the ceremony, the ancient Anvil Association, supported by the God of Creation, spread the news of Tian Qiyuan being a fraud throughout the 9 heavens, sending shockwaves through the realms and leaving all of his fans in disbelief. Chapter 1536, Crafting the Masterpiece. Chapter 1536, Crafting the Masterpiece. 1536, Crafting the Masterpiece. Hold on to your anvils, folks. How about a shocking revelation for you? The Exalted Blacksmith has been unmasked as a fraud. Don't miss this breaking news. A streetwise informant bellowed, drawing a throng of curious onlookers. What? Exalted Blacksmith is a fraud? How is that possible? It's true. The ancient Anvil Association and even the revered God of Creation have already declared the Exalted Blacksmith to be a fraud. In fact, Exalted Blacksmith was never even an official blacksmith to begin with. The Exalted Blacksmith not only committed blasphemy during the God of Creation ceremony by cheating, but all of his creations are not even his. What kind of nonsense are you sprouting? How can someone cheat in the God of Creation ceremony? And many have watched him craft treasures. I heard about this. However, nobody at the ceremony could actually prove that the Exalted Blacksmith had cheated during his ceremony. Someone defended Tian Qiyuan. I was present at the ceremony, and I didn't notice anything unusual, let alone cheating. It's possible that the Exalted Blacksmith is being unfairly accused due to envy of his skills. Another voice chimed in, offering a different viewpoint. The Exalted Blacksmith called out the ancient Anvil Association before the ceremony began, so they have a motive. As for the God of Creation, he probably just didn't want to hand over his title so soon after acquiring it. Not everyone believed the rumors, but the God of Creation and the ancient Anvil Association wielded immense influence. Challenging them meant risking their ire and losing access to their invaluable services, making it wiser for most to remain silent. Because of this, most of the families and sects in the upper heavens remained silent, allowing such rumors to continue spreading like wildfire. With nobody truly influential stepping forward to refute these rumors, more and more people started believing it. Eventually, The rumor was no longer just a rumor and turned into a fact. The ancient Anvil Association also invested tremendous resources and effort into ensuring that Tian Qiyuan became and remained a fraud. With the god of creation backing them, almost nothing could stop them from branding Tian Qiyuan as a fraud. And in just a few hundred years, it became common knowledge that Tian Qiyuan was a fraud who managed to become a divine blacksmith by fooling the world. God of creation, I'm disappointed in you. A face that the god of creation hadn't seen in a while suddenly showed up to say such words in private. What are you talking about, heaven and earth blacksmith? God of creation responded in a nonchalant tone. You know what I'm talking about. For the sake of that title, you've forsaken your own dignity and collaborated with the ancient Anvil Association to slander Exalted Blacksmith, who performed a flawless god of creation ceremony. Because of you, we've lost a prodigy that might never appear in this world again. You actually believe that had performed a flawless ceremony? It's impossible to have a 100% success rate for celestial gray treasures, not to mention the speed at which he was crafting them. Even if there is no solid evidence, the abnormal result is enough to convince me that Head cheated. It's just common sense, plain and simple. There was no change in his tone as the god of creation remained adamant on his own beliefs. Since when did common sense apply to true prodigies? Monsters? Anyway, I have said what I wanted to say, so I am leaving now. However, God of creation stopped him and said, if you're so convinced that he's legitimate, why haven't you said anything about it? I am aware that I do not have the power to convince the public alone, hence why I am here speaking to you personally. I should have said something on that very day, but just like you, I was overwhelmed by his otherworldly performance and became blinded with envy. In truth, I have no right to say these things to you since I'm just as guilty, and I can hardly raise my hammer nowadays because it carries the weight of my guilt. I wish the best of luck to you and your future endeavors, God of creation. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith left shortly after without looking back. A few years later, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith shocked the world with an unexpected retirement announcement. Why did the Heaven and Earth Blacksmith suddenly announce his retirement? He still has one more attempt at the God of Creation ceremony, right? It might have something to do with what happened to Exalted Blacksmith. Were they even close enough for Heaven and Earth Blacksmith to do such a thing for him? Who knows, but we've lost 2 divine blacksmiths in less than 1,000 years now. After Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's visit and sudden retirement, the God of creation began to come to his senses, and as if he'd been cursed by Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, his hammer became heavier with each passing day. What have I done? God of creation eventually realized his faults, but it was already too late to change anything, and the damages were already done. Meanwhile, the Exalted Blacksmith hasn't made an appearance since his God of creation ceremony, almost as if Head vanished from the world. In reality, Tian Qiyuan was hard at work inside his own world, preparing for his masterpiece. Zi Xuan visited him a few years after his ceremony. Although she had planned on visiting sooner, she had to deal with some problems first. When she arrived at his world, she was surprised to see Tian Qiyuan working by the anvil, as usual. HM? Hello, Zi Xuan. It's been a few years. Am I a fraud to the entire world yet? Tian Qiyuan asked her with a calm smile on his face. Zi Xuan frowned at his question and said, how can you act so calm in this situation? And yes, the ancient Anvil Association, God of Creation, and Fiery Heaven Blacksmith are hard at work trying to brand you as a fraud. They're even going as far as trying to destroy your creations. Why aren't you even attempting to defend your own image? Are you going to let them continue slandering you like this? It's too much of a hassle. The Exalted Blacksmith was the perfect persona for me to collect the materials I needed for my true ambition. Now that I have collected everything I need for my masterpiece, I couldn't care less about what happened to it afterward. In fact, I intended to disappear from the world quietly after collecting the materials. Tian Qiyuan shrugged. He didn't think it was worth it trying to save a persona had already intended to throw away. However, Zi Xuan had a different thought in mind. No, you may not care about that persona, but it's important to me. It's the identity of my first love, and I will not allow anyone to trample on it. Zi Xuan did not stay for long and left in a hurry. Tian Qiyuan didn't think too much about it and continued his preparations. Several thousand years later, Tian Qiyuan was almost finished with his preparations. He knew that Zi Xuan would want to experience the creation of his masterpiece, so he contacted her through her communication jade slip. I will soon craft my masterpiece. You know where to find me. It'll wait for you, but I can't wait too long since the materials are already prepared and will eventually start losing quality if I don't use them. After sending her this message, Tian Qiyuan waited for her arrival. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years passed, but Zi Xuan never showed up. Tian Qiyuan wanted to look for her, but had already wasted too much time and needed to craft the treasure as soon as possible. She's probably in seclusion or something. I'll look for her after I finish my work. Feng, it's time. Let's get started. Tian Qiyuan called out to her. Feng Tianru appeared shortly after, with her body raining flames. God of War's astral arts. Tian Qiyuan summoned a massive avatar that wielded hammers in both hands, which he used to strike the anvil alongside his own hammer. Even though it would only take him a month to craft the celestial-grade treasure, Tian Qiyuan ended up spending over 100 years straight hammering at the anvil. All of the rare materials had painstakingly collected throughout the years, enough to buy an entire realm, were used for this one treasure. Once he was finished with the treasure, which took the form of a greatsword, he left his world to find Zi Xuan. The first and most obvious place he visited to find information on Zi Xuan was the Unrivaled Nine Swords sect. However, when he showed up at the sect, nobody recognized him. Since Tian Qiyuan had no intentions of continuing his persona as the Exalted Blacksmith, he no longer had any reason to hide his face and showed up to the sect without his mask. I'm a friend of Lady Zi Xuan. Do you know where I can find her? He asked one of their disciples. You're looking for the sword goddess? The disciple suddenly wore a stiff expression after being questioned about her. He then said, I'm sorry, but the sword goddess hasn't been affiliated with the Unrivaled Nine Swords sect since she was exiled from the sect several centuries ago. What? She had been exiled from the Unrivaled Nine Swords sect? How did such a thing happen? Tian Qiyuan was greatly shocked by this news and immediately inquired for more information. Chapter 1537 Gone Rogue. Chapter 1537 Gone Rogue. 1537 Gone Rogue. How are you not aware of her situation? It caused quite the scene around the world when it happened. Are you really her friend? The disciple doubted Tian Qiyuan being Zi Xuan's friend. I was in seclusion for a long time and only recently emerged, so I am still unaware of many things. If you enlighten me, it'll make it worth your time. Tian Qiyuan proceeded to take out an ancient grade sword and dangled it in front of the disciple like a carrot on a stick. The disciple's eyes immediately flickered when he saw this. He never thought he would be able to acquire an ancient grade sword just by answering some questions. It'll tell you everything you want to know, Senior. You can start by telling why Zi Xuan was exiled. That's because she had gone rouge and went on a killing spree, becoming a mass murderer. If the Unrivaled Nine Swords sect hadn't exiled her, it would have dragged all of us down with her. What? Zi Xuan became a mass murderer? Surely, there must have been a mistake. I've known her for thousands of years. She wouldn't do something like that without a good reason. Tian Qiyuan's eyes widened at this shocking revelation. He knew Zi Xuan was an eccentric individual, but she was definitely no mass murderer. If she killed someone, she definitely would have a good reason for doing so. It's true, Senior. The sword goddess went on a rampage against those who slandered the Exalted Blacksmith, especially the ancient Anvil Association. If anyone dared to slander the Exalted Blacksmith openly, she would show up at their door and slaughter them like pigs. Tian Qiyuan's eyes widened for a second time, as he could totally see Zi Xuan doing such a thing for him as the Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic. She had killed thousands of people throughout the years, killed 2 of the ancient Anvil Association elders, and even crippled the fiery heaven blacksmith to the point where he could no longer wield a hammer properly. Due to her actions, she was branded as an evil cultivator and was given a bounty. She would have probably gone for the god of creation's throat if he weren't so much stronger than her. Anyway, after being branded as an evil cultivator and given a bounty, the sword goddess became the hunted. If the Unrivaled Nine-Swords sect hadn't exiled her, we would have been branded as accomplices and also become the world's enemy. I understand her situation, and I have another question. Is she dead? Tian Qiyuan wore a grim expression on his face as he asked this serious question. Although they never acknowledged each other as lovers, they were certainly more than just friends and had shared moments that only lovers would. Tian Qiyuan would be lying to himself if he said he didn't have any feelings for her. Last I heard, they managed to destroy her physical body but failed to secure her soul and allowed her to escape. That was about 20 years ago. I haven't heard anything about it since then, so she could still be out there. The last question, who destroyed her body? That would be Fiery Heaven Blacksmith. Of course, he had help from the ancient Anvil Association and several other parties. Thank you. As promised, I will compensate you for your time. Tian Qiyuan handed him the sword and quickly left the scene. His next objective was to locate Fiery Heaven Blacksmith, which didn't take long at all. After being crippled by Zi Xuan, Fiery Heaven Blacksmith retired as a blacksmith and became a famous playboy who frequented brothels and whatnot. After asking around, Tian Qiyuan found Fiery Heaven Blacksmith at the Thousand Fairy Sky Pavilion, surrounded by dozens of beauties as they fed him fruits and drinks. Tian Qiyuan examined Fiery Heaven Blacksmith's body to see how crippled he was. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith looked healthy at a glance, but once someone noticed the condition of his hands, they would immediately understand why he had to retire as a blacksmith. His hands not only lacked fingers, but the hands themselves appeared squashed, resembling that of meat paste. Normally, a cultivator at his level would be able to heal such injuries even without the help of medicine. Unfortunately for him, Zi Xuan had struck him with a sword that caused permanent damage and blocked the effects of all healing medicine. This sword was something Tian Qiyuan crafted himself, and he knew at a glance from Fiery Heaven Blacksmith's injuries that Shed used that sword on him. Unless Fiery Heaven Blacksmith destroyed his crippled body and reconstructed it from scratch, he would have no way of recovering from his injuries fully. However, such a method was easier said than done. Rebuilding his newly constructed body to its current level would require tremendous effort and take hundreds of thousands of years. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith did not bother rebuilding his body since he had already lost all motivation and passion for smithing after Eternal Blacksmith became the god of creation. Once he was done examining Fiery Heaven Blacksmith, Tian Qiyuan approached him. "Hey, you bastard, are you blind?" Fiery Heaven Blacksmith cursed at him before he could even get too close. "Can't you see that I am busy enjoying myself here? Your presence is affecting the atmosphere. Get lost before I kill." Before Fiery Heaven Blacksmith could even finish his sentence, Tian Qiyuan retrieved the masterpiece he had recently completed and swung it. Sha! Even though Fiery Heaven Blacksmith could follow Tian Qiyuan's movements, his body was not fast enough to react to it, and before he realized it, his physical body had been destroyed. Murderer! The ladies around them screamed in terror. However, Tian Qiyuan did not kill Fiery Heaven Blacksmith, who was now a bodiless soul. "Why, you fucking bastard? Who do you think I am? How dare you do this to..." Fiery Heaven Blacksmith failed to finish his sentence a second time, but it was not because of Tian Qiyuan. When Fiery Heaven Blacksmith subconsciously laid eyes on the sword in Tian Qiyuan's grasp after being attracted by its aura, he was struck with such profound bewilderment that words utterly failed him. As a divine blacksmith, had seen all sorts of treasures in this world. However, had never seen a treasure like the sword before him at this very moment. While he couldn't tell exactly what it was made of, he instinctively knew that it was something otherworldly, something this world had never seen before. If he had to describe the treasure, It would be flawless and without equal. Tian Qiyuan noticed that fiery heaven blacksmith was ensnared by his sword and smiled. "Are you interested in this?" He extended his sword to give fiery heaven blacksmith a better look. Where did you acquire such a treasure? Is it a natural treasure, or is it someone's creation? Fiery heaven blacksmith asked, pretending as if Tian Qiyuan hadn't destroyed his physical body a moment ago. Despite losing his passion as a blacksmith and retiring as one, he was still one at heart. Tian Qiyuan shrugged and said, "I don't know. I found it lying on the street and picked it up." And without saying another word, Tian Qiyuan vanished from the scene like a ghost, leaving fiery heaven blacksmith utterly speechless and confused. His purpose for visiting fiery heaven blacksmith was solely to punish him for destroying Zi Xuan's physical body. Had thought about destroying fiery heaven blacksmith's soul, killing him permanently. However, when Tian Qiyuan saw how interested fiery heaven blacksmith was in his weapon, Tian Qiyuan decided to torture him with curiosity. Sure enough, fiery heaven blacksmith's encounter with Tian Qiyuan's sword left a profound and everlasting impression on him, sparking an intense desire to create something of comparable brilliance. His passion for the art reignited, and fiery heaven blacksmith announced his return as a blacksmith after reconstructing his new physical body. He used his memories to study Tian Qiyuan's sword, but no matter how much he tried, he was unable to comprehend it. Eventually, he gave up trying to understand it and began attempting to replicate it. Alas, nothing he crafted came even close to matching the quality of Tian Qiyuan's sword, even after millions of attempts. If only I could see that sword one more time. If only I had looked at it for a little longer back then. His infatuation eventually turned him into a madman who traveled the 9 heavens in search of Tian Qiyuan and his sword. Meanwhile, Tian Qiyuan visited the ancient Anvil Association and flaunted his sword to the experts there, leaving all of them absolutely gobsmacked. To the untrained eye, Tian Qiyuan's sword appeared to be a high-quality sword and nothing more. However, to expert blacksmiths, it was nothing short of a miracle, the true pinnacle of craftsmanship that surpassed common sense and defied all logic, as if it embodied the very essence and secrets of the art of smithing. The experts there begged Tian Qiyuan to let them examine the treasure, but Tian Qiyuan refused even to let them touch his sword. This drove all of the experts there mad, especially Yao Tao, who actually lost control of his emotions and attacked Tian Qiyuan in an attempt to steal the sword. However, Tian Qiyuan easily stopped Yao Tao in his tracks, even destroying his physical body in the process. Then, without another word, Tian Qiyuan vanished into thin air. Soon, rumors of a mysterious man with a perfect sword spread throughout the community like wildfire. It was a sword that surpassed even celestial-grade treasures. It was not something created by man, but by a god, one that surpasses even the god of creation. These rumors eventually reached the god of creation, immediately piquing his interest. Chapter 1538 Pinnacle of Treasures. Chapter 1538 Pinnacle of Treasures. 1538 Pinnacle of Treasures. A mysterious man carrying around a sword of unfathomable quality that is described as the pinnacle of treasures by those who witnessed it. Huh? God of Creation muttered to himself after hearing the recent rumors. As a blacksmith, he was more interested in the sword than the individual with it. Eventually, he could no longer contain his curiosity and began a journey to find the mysterious man with the so-called pinnacle of treasures. He visited those who had seen the sword to see if he could learn anything about this mysterious man or find any clues that would lead to him. Unfortunately, he could only acquire insubstantial information. He was a tall and handsome man. I have never seen him before, but he had a powerful aura around him. I believe he was an expert. He was definitely an expert. I don't know how much his sword contributed to his strength, but he managed to obliterate Yao Tao of the ancient Anvil Association with a single blow. His sword matched the length of his body, its blade predominantly black with hints of gold woven in. Although its appearance wasn't extravagant, its quality was undeniably otherworldly. One of the witnesses recalled, their voice filled with reverence. If a grade existed above celestial grade, that sword would definitely be in that category, or two above it. That's just how perfect it was. As the god of creation heard more about this flawless sword, his desire to see it with his own eyes intensified. The god of creation, driven by an insatiable desire, eventually placed a bounty on both the man and the sword, offering vast fortunes to anyone who could lead him to either. To the man himself, he promised untold riches and treasures beyond imagination should he present the sword in person. This announcement reverberated through the realms, igniting a fervent hunt that spanned across the 9 heavens. However, no matter how much people searched, they were unable to find any traces of the man or the sword, as if had vanished in a thin air. Meanwhile, Qiyuan went to look for Zi Xuan's soul after messing with the ancient Anvil Association. The first place he looked was the secret entrance to her world in the 8th heaven. After traveling to the 8th heaven and arriving at his destination, he found that the entrance had vanished and was no longer there. She probably couldn't handle opening too many entrances to her world after losing her physical body. Unfortunately, this was the only entrance to her world that he knew of, and he doubted anyone who wasn't Zi Xuan would know of another entrance. If I cannot find her, then let her find me. Qiyuan could only think of one way to attract Zi Xuan. Although he had already tossed away the identity as the Exalted Blacksmith, if it could help Zi Xuan's situation, he would not hesitate to become the Exalted Blacksmith again. There was a chance that Zi Xuan might eventually show up at his world, but he didn't know how long that would take or if she'd want to trouble him with her presence. Since she acted to clear my name, I should do just that, clear my name. However, he didn't know where to start. The ancient Anvil Association had already convinced the entire world that he was a fraud. If he appeared out of the blue to clear his name after ignoring it for so long, it would only have the opposite effect. In the end, he decided to return to his world to think of a plan. He also hoped that Zi Xuan would suddenly show up in his world like she often does. Unbeknownst to him, Zi Xuan had already caught wind of the rumors surrounding the peerless sword. The moment she heard about it, her thoughts immediately turned to Qiyuan. In all the heavens, there was only one individual capable of crafting such a masterpiece. So he's achieved his ambitions. It's a pity that I missed the process, and I really want to see the sword with my own eyes, but alas, I don't think I can visit him while in this condition. She feared that Qiyuan would disapprove of her methods of trying to clear his name, as she had gone to the extreme. However, even if it caused him a hater, she would not stop until she cleared his name. Once I reconstruct my body and regain enough strength, I will launch a full attack on the ancient Anvil Association. Then I will deal with fiery Heaven Blacksmith once and for all. Since I am not strong enough to deal with the god of creation yet, they'll save him for last. A few years later, Qiyuan appeared in the world again, carrying on his back a beautiful black and golden sword. Once people started realizing his identity as the mysterious man with the flawless sword, they immediately notified the god of creation of his whereabouts. When the god of creation received this news, he stopped whatever he was doing and flew directly to the location given to him. Surprisingly, it was the Grand Elder Summit. The Grand Elder Summit, huh? I haven't been to this place since that incident. The god of creation mumbled to himself as he approached the place. As for Qiyuan, he quietly cultivated at the peak of the summit, where competitions usually took place. It was also where he performed his god of creation ceremony. Although he was surrounded by a crowd, mostly blacksmiths, none dared to approach him. They had all heard of what he had done to Yao Tao. Instead, they merely inspected the sword resting on his lap with awe in their eyes. The rumors were true. That is truly a flawless sword. The pinnacle of treasures. Heavens, who is that man? Do you think he created it? Omicron him. There's no way a nobody could have crafted such a treasure. I doubt even the heavens have the capabilities to do so. The blacksmith stared at the sword with mouths agape, their eyes brimming with wonder and reverence as if they stood before their god. Chapter 1539 Exalted Blacksmith's Return. Chapter 1539 Exalted Blacksmith's Return. 1539 Exalted Blacksmith's Return. Excuse me, can you tell us your name? One of the blacksmiths surrounding Tian Qiyuan, like a group of hungry pigeons, suddenly asked him. Tian Qiyuan looked at the man who just spoke and calmly responded, Tian Qiyuan. Tian Qiyuan? It sounds familiar, but I can't remember where I heard such a name before. I also find it very familiar, too. Me too. None of the people there recognized his name at first, but it definitely sounded familiar to them. God of Creation showed up shortly after, but nobody there managed to remember where they heard his name. During his time as the Exalted Blacksmith, Tian Qiyuan rarely mentioned his name, only doing so during his earlier days as the Exalted Blacksmith, hence why nobody there could recall it. When the people there noticed the God of Creation descending to the Grand Elder Summit, they all made room for his landing. God of Creation touched the ground a moment later, landing right before Tian Qiyuan. However, the God of Creation didn't utter a word even many minutes after his arrival, filling the atmosphere with an awkward silence. With a nonchalant expression on his face, his eyes were fixated on the sword on Tian Qiyuan's lap. Yet if one looked closely, one would notice the God of Creation's eyebrows occasionally twitching. God of Creation eventually opened his mouth to speak. Who created that sword? Even the expert blacksmiths present struggled to discern whether the sword was a crafted masterpiece or a natural wonder born from the essence of the world itself. But the God of Creation could tell that it was the former. Had seen all kinds of treasures in the world, including the best treasures in the world. However, none of them could even begin to compare to the sword in front of him at this very moment. He initially believed the rumors about the sword were exaggerations, but upon seeing it with his own eyes, he realized they had, in fact, underestimated its true value and miraculous nature. Does it really matter who crafted it? Tian Qiyuan responded. Of course it does. He quickly answered. And what are you going to do with that knowledge, God of Creation? Are you going to give them your position? What? That's... God of Creation immediately fell silent. Whoever crafted this sword definitely had the skills to replace him, but he didn't dare to utter such words out loud. Wait your voice. God of Creation suddenly had a moment of realization and wore a look of disbelief on his face. You can't be. Tian Qiyuan stood up and said, This sword was crafted by none other than yours truly, Tian Qiyuan. Exalted Blacksmith. God of Creation muttered in a shocked tone, feeling all sorts of emotions rushing into him. What? Exalted Blacksmith? The fraud of the era? Everyone there was left speechless after finally realizing Tian Qiyuan's true identity. But he's not wearing a mask. What does this mean? Why would he expose his face like this? His only saving grace was his unknown identity. Forget about all that. He just claimed to be the creator of that flawless sword. If anyone could craft a sword, it would be someone who performed a flawless God of Creation ceremony. I've always known that he was innocent. Is this the return of the Exalted Blacksmith? Why are you all so quick to believe him? He's a fraud. Someone shouted, their voice cutting through the murmurs of admiration. That's right. He's a fraud. That sword is probably fake, too. A fraud, huh? Tian Qiyuan suddenly chuckled. What's so funny? Oh, it's nothing serious. I just find your stupidity quite funny, so I cracked a chuckle. What do you think, God of Creation? Do you also think my sword is fake because it's too perfect, just like my God of Creation ceremony? I am, by your words, a fraud after all. God of Creation gritted his teeth and clenched his fists at Tian Qiyuan's words, but he could not find a proper response. Deep down, he knew the truth. He wanted to refute him, but having already acknowledged his own faults privately, he understood that continuing to deceive himself and slander Tian Qiyuan would render him truly irredeemable. After a moment of silence, God of Creation spoke, Let's have a match, Exalted Blacksmith. That's quite sudden, but I never shy away from a challenge. What do you have in mind? We will both perform the God of Creation ceremony again, a slightly modified version of it, and at the same time. For this ceremony, we will be crafting specific treasures to ensure that cheating is impossible. Of course, I will also be providing the materials. Tian Qiyuan quickly agreed. It's a bit of a hassle, but he'll do it. However, let's make it more interesting. The winner will have to give up on their most valuable possession. In my case, it would be this sword. If you can beat me, I will give you this sword. Tian Qiyuan held the sword in front of him with a confident aura surrounding him. The god of creation swallowed nervously at this enticing offer. However, he had nothing in his possession that could possibly match the sword. Even if he were to give up his title and his entire fortune, it would not be able to compare with the sword. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I shall give you my life." The god of creation's response surprised not just Tian Qiyuan, but also left the crowd speechless. What are you trying to achieve? Atone for your crimes of slandering me? Tian Qiyuan asked, his voice laced with curiosity. I'll give you an answer if you can defeat me. Very well. And a heads up, I have no intention of stopping you if you truly want to give up your life, because I have no sympathy for those who wrong me. So be prepared to die once you lose to me. Tian Qiyuan said. The god of creation calmly nodded, seemingly undisturbed by his words. Then he'll give you the date and location of our match later, he said the following moment. Chapter 1540 Unparalleled Speed. Chapter 1540 Unparalleled Speed. 1540 Unparalleled Speed news of Tian Qiyuan's return and his upcoming match with the god of creation spread through the 9 heavens like wildfire, igniting curiosity and excitement among cultivators and blacksmiths alike. What? The Exalted Blacksmith has returned? What happened to him being a fraud? I guess that's why the god of creation challenged him to a match, to determine whether he is truly a fraud or not. The Exalted Blacksmith revealed his identity? How do we know that he's not a disguise? So the Exalted Blacksmith is the creator of the flawless sword. It all makes sense now. A few weeks later, the god of creation announced the time and place for their competition. Our match will take place at the Astral Holy Grounds exactly 10 years from now. There will be no time for preparations once the god of creation ceremony begins, but you have 10 years to prepare. Tian Qiyuan acknowledged the match and vanished from the world for the next 10 years. As Tian Qiyuan's match with the god of creation grew closer, countless influential figures and powerful backgrounds made their way to the Astral Holy Grounds. The Astral Holy Grounds, a unique location beyond the 9 heavens, was accessible only to those capable of traversing the starry sky, making attendance at their match a rare privilege reserved for the most powerful or resourceful cultivators. Fortunately for those unable to travel but eager to witness the historic event, a special treasure would broadcast the match to the entire world, ensuring everyone could watch the legendary match unfold. When Tian Qiyuan arrived at the Astral Holy Grounds, he was greeted by a massive sea of influential people. No matter where he looked, he would recognize at least several of them with a glance. Hell, even the Celestial Emperor was present. Of course, the ancient Anvil Association and Yao Tao, with his new physical body, were also there. When Yao Tao sensed Tian Qiyuan's gaze on him, his body instinctively reacted, trembling in fear. Sometime later, Tian Qiyuan and the god of creation approached the large area where their stations had already been prepared. Before they started the match, the Celestial Emperor entered the stage as an announcer and said, "We have all gathered here today to witness the god of creation and Exalted Blacksmith's competition. Both contestants will be performing a slightly altered version of the god of creation ceremony. Just like the original ceremony, they have 100 attempts to craft as many celestial-grade treasures as they can. However, they both must craft the treasure using the materials provided to them, so they cannot craft whatever they want. In the god of creation ceremony, participants could craft any treasures they desired from the materials they selected and choose the type of weapon they desired to make. This flexibility made the traditional ceremony less challenging than the altered version, where they were restricted on the materials they used, as well as the type of treasures they could craft from them. Before we begin this competition, our contestants will give a brief speech. The god of creation stepped forward and began speaking after the celestial emperor gave him a nod. I will keep my speech brief. As some, if not most of you, have already heard, if I lose this match, I will forfeit my life. You may be wondering why I decided to gamble my life in such a manner. There are several reasons, but I will only tell you one. If Exalted Blacksmith defeats me, it means he was not a fraud, and I was mistaken the entire time. To slander someone who performed a flawless god of creation ceremony, I can only atone with my life. The spectators immediately began mumbling to each other. If the Exalted Blacksmith turns out to be innocent and his god of creation ceremony was legit, the ancient Anvil Association is done for. Nobody will ever trust them again. The Exalted Blacksmith is definitely innocent. I believed in him since day one. Qiyuan spoke next. I only have one reason for accepting his challenge, to prove my innocence. If I lose this competition, I will give God of Creation my masterpiece, this sword right here. When Qiyuan revealed the sword, countless gasps echoed through the crowd. Sword enthusiasts were literally drooling at the sight of such perfection, their hands itching with an almost unbearable urge to touch and inspect the masterpiece before them. The Celestial Emperor was no different. Despite his vast collection of treasures, none could compare to the sword crafted by Qiyuan. Qiyuan continued, "With that said, God of Creation's life alone won't be able to make this a fair gamble, so I will be taking every treasure crafted from this God of Creation ceremony." Qiyuan's words were quite arrogant, but nobody could refute his claims, not even the God of Creation himself. Sometime later, Qiyuan and the God of Creation went to their workstations. Let the match between God of Creation and Exalted Blacksmith begin, the Celestial Emperor announced. Tian grabbed the first set of materials. There were signs beside the materials with the required type of treasure, and his first treasure would be a spear. Once he took a moment to examine the materials, Qiyuan immediately began refining them. Unbeknownst to the world, Qiyuan's smithing skills experienced a profound evolution after he successfully crafted his masterpiece. With his current skills, celestial-grade treasures were no different than spirit-grade treasures. A few hours later, while the God of Creation was still refining his materials, Qiyuan finished his first treasure. No way, he's already done? It's only been 4 hours since he began. Impossible. He must be cheating. Are you fucking stupid? Almost every expert in the 9 heavens is present, including the Celestial Emperor himself. Even if he dared to cheat, I do not believe he can evade the detection of so many experts. For hours, what the hell is this? Is he crafting celestial-grade treasures or spirit-grade treasures? At this rate, he'll finish all 100 celestial-grade treasures before the God of Creation can finish a single treasure. God of Creation was so focused on his work that he didn't realize Qiyuan had already finished his first treasure. Qiyuan quickly moved on to his second treasure and, a few hours later, finished it within 3 hours. My God, he's gotten even faster. Some people can't even comprehend just how amazing of a feat it is to lower even a single minute, much less an entire hour. Ding, ding, ding. Qiyuan's hammer swung with such speed that, to onlookers, his arms seemed frozen in time. How fast is he hammering the materials? Although I hear a steady rhythm, he's obviously hammering it much faster. What kind of phenomenon is this? 2 hours later, Qiyuan finished his third treasure, lowering his time by another hour. Heavens! The Celestial Emperor and the other powerhouses were all left stunned by Qiyuan's ridiculous crafting speed. While they were certain that Qiyuan was not cheating, they struggled to accept the existence of such unparalleled talent. Desperately, they scrutinized every detail in his movements, hoping to find something to discredit him. Unfortunately, No matter how hard they tried, they could not find anything sketchy about Tian Qiyuan's work. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, who was present at the ceremony, sighed to himself, "He's truly ahead of our time by countless years. Such unrivaled talents. You can only be envious about it." Star-forging Blacksmith spoke with a bittersweet smile. After crafting his 10th treasure, Tian Qiyuan sped up a little more, now requiring only a single hour to finish a treasure. Surely, he cannot go any faster than this, right? At this rate, he'll finish this ceremony in less than a week. 4 days later, Tian Qiyuan started working on his final treasure. Meanwhile, the god of creation was still trying to refine the materials for his first treasure. It was evident who was destined to win this competition long before Tian Qiyuan even completed his second treasure. Yet, no one intervened on behalf of the god of creation. Instead, they all pitted him. Having staked his very life on this contest, they were essentially witnessing the final moments of the god of creation. Unfortunately, his final moments were neither grand nor something to be celebrated. The once mighty god of creation was humbled, his greatness eclipsed by the brilliance of Tian Qiyuan's otherworldly talent. Half an hour later, Tian Qiyuan completed his 100th treasure, marking the end of his god of creation ceremony. He had somehow surpassed his previous flawless ceremony, achieving the impossible by elevating perfection to an even higher realm. As Tian Qiyuan finished his last treasure, the entire world fell silent, as if time itself had frozen in awe of his achievement. Tian Qiyuan placed his hammer down and turned to look at the god of creation, who was still hammering away, oblivious to the fact that the ceremony had already concluded. Tian Qiyuan shook his head and approached the god of creation, stopping right in front of his anvil. With Tian Qiyuan standing directly in front of him, the god of creation couldn't help but notice him, even in his state of deep immersion in his work. "Bastard, what are you trying to do? Are you giving up already because you know you can't beat me?" The god of creation stopped hammering and roared at Tian Qiyuan. Tian Qiyuan shrugged and said, "The competition's already over. However, I won't stop you if you wish to finish your ceremony. That way, you'll get to spend a few more decades doing what you love before you die." "What?" The god of creation looked at him with disbelief. Chapter 1541, Defeating the God of Creation. Chapter 1541, Defeating the God of Creation. 1541, Defeating the God of Creation. Why, you're done with the ceremony? That's impossible. It's only been several days since we started. God of Creation didn't even have to look at Tian Qiyuan's workstation to know that he was farting. Tian Qiyuan's expression remained calm as he spoke. "You really don't learn, do you? If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself." He gestured at his completed treasures on display. The god of creation didn't want to entertain Tian Qiyuan and his nonsense, but he had to take a look. When he turned his head to Tian Qiyuan's workstation, he could not see any materials. On Tian Qiyuan's display were 100 celestial-grade treasures, all of them following their own specifications. Clang! The god of creation dropped his hammer from shock after seeing this. He turned to look at the audience. They all wore expressions of defeat, a sorrowful aura hanging around them, as if they were mourning a profound loss, his imminent death. While the god of creation lamented in silence, Tian Qiyuan spoke. "Even though it's your loss, I won't personally kill you, nor do I really care if you actually honor your own words. You can continue to live after this, but you will forever be known as a coward and slanderer for the rest of your life." Tian Qiyuan no longer paid attention to the god of creation and turned to look at the Yao Tao, who was seated with several elders of the ancient Anvil Association, and said out loud, "Are you going to claim that I had cheated this competition too? Are you going to slander my name and call me a fraud to cover up what you've done in the past?" Yao Tao and the elders lowered their heads in shame, not daring to talk back. With their credibility lost and their slander now exposed to so many people, the ancient Anvil Association was essentially finished. Moreover, after Tian Qiyuan's performance today, nobody would dare to offend him, who could churn out celestial, grade treasures like candy. The Celestial Emperor approached Tian Qiyuan once it became clear that the god of creation had given up, not that it would have made a difference even if he continued. Congratulations on becoming the next god of creation, Exalted Blacksmith. However, Tian Qiyuan shook his head and said, I have no intention of accepting that position. Seeing the confused look on the Celestial Emperor's face, he explained, I came back as the Exalted Blacksmith to clear my name. That's all. I have no intention of working as a blacksmith again. No way. With your talents, it'd be an immense waste of talents. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Why did you become a blacksmith in the first place? The Celestial Emperor asked. Tian Qiyuan showed his sword and said, I started my journey as a blacksmith to craft the perfect weapon, and I have achieved my ambition. The Celestial Emperor swallowed nervously. With the sword so close to him, he had a strong urge to grab it from Tian Qiyuan. What do you plan on doing now that you've retired? I could offer you a position within the Celestial Palace. The Celestial Emperor said, I'm going to relax at home for a bit, hopefully with some company. Then, they'll begin my next project, whatever that may be. Tian Qiyuan proceeded to collect all of the treasures headcrafted. Then, without giving the audience any more of his attention, he disappeared into the distance. The audience remained silent even after Tian Qiyuan left. As for the god of creation, he continued to sit before his anvil in silence, his thoughts unknown. After leaving the astral holy grounds, Tian Qiyuan returned to his own world. Over the next several years, the world would not stop talking about Tian Qiyuan's match against the god of creation, who disappeared after their competition and vanished from the world, never to be seen or heard from again. Nobody knew what happened to him. Some speculated that Head killed himself in isolation, while others speculated that he chickened out and couldn't kill himself and changed his identity. As for the ancient Anvil Association, they were disbanded when everyone lost faith in them. Many blacksmiths blamed the association for Tian Qiyuan's early retirement and refused to collaborate with them. Countless blacksmiths tore up their contracts and discarded them outside the association's headquarters. The ancient Anvil Association, one of the oldest establishments for blacksmiths, ended because they slandered a single man and nobody felt sorry for them. With the god of creation gone and Tian Qiyuan refusing the title, the position became awkwardly vacant. Despite being qualified, neither the star-forging blacksmith nor the relentless blacksmith stepped forward to claim it. When asked about it, they simply said they were not worthy of it, especially when Tian Qiyuan still existed. In the end, people gave Tian Qiyuan a new title as the god of refinement due to his ridiculous material refining speed. As for Zi Xuan, it became clear to everyone that she had been right all along. Tian Qiyuan was indeed innocent. Although her methods had been extreme, few blamed her for her actions. The Unrivaled Nine Swords sect publicly announced their willingness to welcome her back into the sect, but they never heard from Zi Xuan again. 9 years after Tian Qiyuan defeated the god of creation and cleared his name, he sensed a presence appearing inside his world. Omicron him, he greeted the presence with a gentle smile. It's been a while, Zi Xuan. I'm sorry to show up in this pathetic state. She sighed, still in her soul form. It's all good. I'm glad you're okay. I was worried that I might never see you again. Really? You don't hate me? Even though I've done such horrible things? What's so horrible about trying to clear my name? So what if you've killed some people? They deserved it for slandering me. Tian Qiyuan shrugged. Qiyuan, thank you, Zi Xuan said in a trembling voice. Chapter 1542, Empyrean Overlord's True Name. Chapter 1542, Empyrean Overlord's True Name. 1542, Empyrean Overlord's True Name. What's your plan now? Tian Qiyuan asked Zi Xuan sometime later. I don't know yet, but I'll let you know once I think of something. In the meantime, let me see your sword. I've been dying to take a look at it ever since I heard about it. Zi Xuan said, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Of course. Tian Qiyuan retrieved his sword and held it before Zi Xuan. Oh, even without a body, Zi Xuan could feel her entire existence trembling from excitement. Once her excitement calmed down a little, she noticed the sword emitting a strange aura, almost as though it was trying to charm her soul. However, after examining it for a little longer, she felt that something was off about it, and she couldn't pinpoint why she was feeling this way. It's definitely an otherworldly sword without equal, and don't misunderstand me for saying this, Zi Xuan muttered after a moment. But it feels like there's something missing. It just doesn't feel complete, somehow. Zi Xuan braced herself for Tian Qiyuan's reprimand, but to her surprise, he simply smiled at her. If anyone could tell, I knew it would be you, Zi Xuan. Tian Qiyuan chuckled. Despite the multitude of admirers and expert blacksmiths who had seen the sword, none had noticed the subtle flaw that Zi Xuan pointed out. Huh, I was right. Zi Xuan muttered in a dazed voice. Tian Qiyuan nodded and said, Indeed, you're right. As you pointed out, while the sword is finished, it's not truly complete. It's missing one key element, but this element isn't something that can be forged or crafted. What do you think this element is? Take a guess. Zi Xuan stared at the sword in silence. However, no matter how much she thought about it, the answer eluded her. I can't think of anything. The answer is a soul. Tian Qiyuan answered a moment later. A soul? Like a human soul? Although I said soul, it's not the type you're thinking about. It's an extremely rare phenomenon. But did you know that given enough time and spiritual energy, natural plants and herbs can develop into sentient spirits with their own consciousness? Tian Qiyuan asked. Yes, I'm aware of that. Treasures are the same. They, too, have the capability to form their own consciousness. When they do, they become soul weapons, a weapon with its own soul. However, not all treasures can become soul weapons. As for those that have the capability, one can only wait for them to turn into a soul weapon naturally. Tian Qiyuan then continued. This sword is an artificial soul weapon, a soulless one. While it doesn't have a soul right now, it has the capability to house a soul and grow together with it. An artificial soul weapon? That's crazy. But what advantage does it provide that a natural soul weapon cannot? Well, for starters, once a natural soul weapon's spirit dies, the weapon loses its powers alongside the spirit. As for my sword, it won't lose its powers or be destroyed even without a spirit, because it came into existence without one. And since the sword won't be destroyed without a spirit, we can always change out the spirit for whatever reason. Zi Xuan listened to Tian Qiyuan's words as she stared at the beautiful sword. Would a human soul be compatible with it? She suddenly asked. A human soul? Huh? Since a spirit soul is almost indistinguishable from a human soul, I think it would work. Tian Qiyuan said. I have decided what I want to do. Qiyuan, let me become this sword's spirit. She spoke in a serious tone. What? Tian Qiyuan stared at her with wide eyes. The sword is incomplete right now because it doesn't have a soul, right? Then, allow me to complete it. I have always wanted to become one with your swords, so this is exactly what I've been waiting for. But you're a human who spent most of your life living in this vast world. Are you really fine with throwing away all of that just to spend your life inside a sword as a spirit? Tian Qiyuan hesitated to make Zi Xuan the spirit of his sword. I am. I can continue growing stronger with the sword, right? And it's not like I have to spend the rest of my life inside the sword, since it can continue to operate without a spirit. Omicron M. Tian Qiyuan sighed. If that's what you really want, I won't stop you. And it's true. If you ever change your mind, you can come out of the sword and return to living as a human. Then it's decided. I want to be together with you as your sword. This will fulfill both of my dreams at once, just like killing two birds with one stone. Zi Xuan always wanted to remain by Tian Qiyuan's side, but her position within the Unrivaled Nine Swords sect made that difficult. Now that she'll be living inside his sword, she'll be able to follow him wherever he goes. However, promise me something, Zi Xuan suddenly said. What is it? That you'll never let another soul dwell inside this sword for as long as I exist. As long as you wish to remain inside the sword, I promise that I won't let anyone else take your spot. Tian Qiyuan nodded. By the way, what's this sword's name? Tian Qiyuan smiled and said, I thought you'd never ask. Since it's a treasure that stands above all treasures under heaven, I named it number 1 under heaven. Number 1 under heaven. What an arrogant yet fitting name. It's perfect. Sometime later, Zi Xuan entered number 1 under heaven, completing Tian Qiyuan's masterpiece. I remember everything now. Zi Xuan, Yuan exclaimed as the sword spirit's aura reached its peak. Zi Xuan's body trembled after hearing her name, and her aura began to simmer down. Yuan raised the Empyrean Overlord and mumbled to it. I apologize for not remembering you sooner. Number 1 under heaven. Ding! Chapter 1543 Number 1 Under Heaven. Chapter 1543 Number 1 Under Heaven 1543 Number 1 Under Heaven. So you've remembered everything, huh? Zi Xuan pointed her finger at him in a threatening manner. Not literally everything as Tian Qiyuan, but I remember how we met, about the God of Creation ceremony, about being slandered and clearing my name, and how you became the spirit of number 1 under heaven. Then you remember our promise, right? That you'd never let another soul dwell within my sword for as long as I exist. She growled, her anger palpable. Yes, I remember, and I'm sorry for breaking that promise. I have no excuse, even though I only recovered Tian Qiyuan's memories just now. However, can you hear me out for a moment? I'll give you 1 minute to explain yourself. Zi Xuan replied after a moment of silence. Thank you. Yuan immediately explained the situation to her. Sometime later, Zi Xuan spoke after grasping the situation. I understand the situation now, but that doesn't mean I have to accept it. You tossed them into your soul weapons so you could bring them out of the Shadow Realm, but now that they're out of the Shadow Realm, they no longer have any reason to stay inside. Now, give me back my home before I go in there and remove you myself. I can't promise you'll be in one piece by the time I am finished. Knowing Zi Xuan's character and how much number 1 under heaven meant to her, he had no doubt that she would actually carry out her own threat. Yuan quickly pondered for a solution. Since the soul weapon could only house 1 soul at a time, and he didn't have another unoccupied soul weapon, there was only one place for Yuning to stay. It's okay, young master. I will come out. Since we're outside the Shadow Realm, it's true that I no longer need to stay inside. And this is her home, after all. Yuning's voice suddenly said, and without waiting for Yuan to respond, Yuning emerged from number 1 under heaven. Unlike Zi Xuan, who was in perfect shape and looked like an actual human, Yuning's soul resembled a small, ethereal cloud. Zi Xuan immediately entered number 1 under heaven. Ding, ding, ding. Number 1 under heaven, level, max, rank, soul weapon, growth rate. Requirement. Can only be wielded by player Yuan. Description. The God of Refinement's masterpiece. It is the pinnacle of swords and treasures with unfathomable prowess. Unique ability. Weakened when wielding number 1 under heaven. All sword techniques will have their power amplified by 100,000%. Unique ability. 2 constantly devours the chi of your targets after a successful hit, replenishing your own chi. Omicron M. Unique ability. 3 number 1 under heaven size and weight can be altered according to the user's desire. Chi consumption increases based on the size and weight gained. Unique ability. For when number 1 under heaven is out, all swords in the vicinity will have their power sealed. Unique ability 5 sealed. Unique ability 9 sealed. 5 out of 9 of number 1 under heaven's unique abilities were inaccessible due to the restriction. I've been meaning to say this for a while now, but what's with your pathetic cultivation base? You won't be able to use me at my full potential at your current level. It's a miracle you managed to come this far inside the Vanishing Valley. Zi Xuan's voice resounded from the sword. I know. I'm working on it. If I hadn't restricted most of number 1 under heaven's power before it fully awakened, your body would have exploded just from touching it. Anyway, do you remember how to use me? I do, but right now, Yuan turned to look at Yuning and said, You can stay inside my Dantian. What? Are you insane? Zi Xuan responded before Yuning could. How can you let a stranger enter your Dantian so easily? If she wants to destroy your Dantian, there's nothing you can do to stop her. Due to a Dantian's unique properties, it was possible to let living beings reside within them. Xiaohua and Yuan's other servants were perfect examples of this phenomenon, as they would stay inside his Dantian whenever they entered his body. However, unlike Xiaohua and the others who couldn't harm Yuan due to their master and servant status, Yuning, who was not bound by any contract, posed a different story. This made her presence within the Dantian potentially dangerous, as she could destroy his Dantian while inside. Even though I haven't known Yuning for long, I trust her enough to let her stay within my Dantian, Yuan said with a calm smile. Young master, to go through such lengths for me, I am eternally grateful. Yuning spoke, her voice trembling with emotion. And she continued, with heaven as my witness, I swear upon my soul that I will never harm you for as long as I live, or may the heavens shatter my soul. A profound aura enveloped Yuning's soul as she finished speaking, signifying that her oath had been heard and was now in effect. If Yuning were to harm Yuan from this moment forth, her soul would be shattered. You didn't need to do that, but thank you for doing so, Yuan said. Once I regain my body, I will definitely serve you properly, young master. Yuning said as she entered his Dantian. Chapter 1544 Zi Xuan's Stash. Chapter 1544 Zi Xuan's Stash. 1544 Zi Xuan's Stash. Now then, Zi Xuan, let's talk about your situation. Why are you staying in the Vanishing Valley, possessing that giant sword? Yuan turned his focus to Zi Xuan. Now, the Yuning's issue was resolved. Good question. Unfortunately, I do not know. Or, more precisely, I don't remember. When I woke up, I found myself already inside the Vanishing Valley, and not wanting my soul to degrade, I had to possess a treasure, and this giant sword happened to be nearby. You don't remember? Then do you remember what you did before losing consciousness? I have a faint recollection of engaging in a battle, but the specifics elude me. I can't recall the circumstances that led to the fight, or who or what I was up against, she confessed. Is that so? Yuan mumbled with a pondering face. Oh, but I do remember you telling me something right before I lost consciousness. Wait for me, you said, and so I did for countless years. Sorry for making you wait so long. You can make it up to me with some intense sex later, Zi Xuan casually said. Xiaohua lifted an eyebrow at Zi Xuan's words. Yuning wondered to herself, a sword spirit having intercourse with a human? Is that even possible? Unbeknownst to Yuning, Zi Xuan was originally human. However, after spending countless years as a sword spirit, her soul experienced a profound transformation that turned her into a hybrid of sorts, the first of its kind. Then did the previous me tell you anything about what I should do? Yuan then asked. They always say the same time, just let fate take its course. Of course, why did I even ask? Yuan shook his head at his own foolishness. What about you, Zi Xuan? Do you have any goals or purpose at the moment? I only have one purpose, to protect and serve you as your sword. Unfortunately, due to your insufficient cultivation base, I have to suppress my cultivation base and restrict number 1 under heaven's true potential, which will make protecting you a lot more difficult. However, unless you run into an immortal or something, there won't be a problem. Yuan nodded. Now that I've done everything I need to in here, let's get out of this ominous place. Wait, before you leave, you should take the monster cores I have collected over the years from killing magical beasts that try to challenge me. I put them right underneath the giant sword. They will benefit your cultivation greatly if you consume them. Zi Xuan suddenly said. Okay. Yuan flew toward the giant sword. Did I hear that right? You can consume monster cores? Yuning doubted her ears. Yes, I have a unique physique that allows me to do so. Just what kind of existence are you, young master? Yuning muttered in a dazed voice. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the base of the giant sword, where a mountain of monster cores was stashed out in the open. The sight of so many cores piled together was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Furthermore, more than half of these monster cores belong to immortal-level magical beasts. I won't have to worry about raising my cultivation base for a while. Yuan swallowed nervously. Then he remembered that he was cursed by the Celestial Emperor, so these monster cores would lose 99% of their effects. If it weren't for the curse, my cultivation could probably shoot straight to true immortal with this many monster cores and complete one of the requirements to unlock heaven's supremacy. He sighed inwardly. Speaking of heaven's supremacy, now that I have number 1 under heaven, maybe I can defeat a divine emperor-level magical beast and get that task finished. Moreover, I have Immortal Monarch's Dominion, which will surely make things easier. After putting away the monster cores into his spatial ring, Yuan immediately went around looking for a magical beast with a cultivation of Divine Emperor, which was exactly 9 realms above Spirit King. Zi Xuan continued chatting with him as he traveled. "Hey, what's your current life like? And what's our situation looking like?" Yuan proceeded to explain about his new life on Earth, the existence of cultivation online, and his current situation. Omicron cultivation online, huh? What an interesting concept the Celestial Emperor had crafted. I'm also interested in your world. Let me see it the next time you return. Yuning also listened with great interest. As for Xiaohua, she couldn't comprehend Yuan's words, nor did she find anything weird about it. To her, it was akin to trying to comprehend an unknown scripture, even though she understood the words themselves. A few days later, Yuan encountered a magical beast at the first level of Divine Sovereign, which was stronger than his initial target. However, he figured that he'd try to defeat it. He approached the magical beast in a calm manner and used Immortal Monarch's Dominion on it. "You are forbidden from moving until I say so." The magical beast's movements immediately stopped. However, it quickly started moving again after a few seconds, albeit extremely slow and stiff. Is my cultivation not strong enough to command them perfectly? Yuan wondered to himself. He used Immortal Monarch's Dominion on it again, resetting the effects. Then, with number 1 under heaven in his grasp, Yuan activated God of War's astral arts before using 9 Supreme Swords. With number 1 under heaven's unique ability, 9 Supreme Swords' power increased by 100,000%. With 9 strikes in total, the first strike was powerful enough to kill a divine warrior instantly. The second strike could annihilate a divine master in 1 blow. The third strike could defeat a divine grandmaster, while the fourth strike was potent enough to kill a divine lord. The 9 Supreme Swords' 5th strike was powerful enough to obliterate a divine king. However, it took the 7th strike to defeat a divine emperor. As for a divine sovereign magical beast, the 8th strike heavily injured it, with a 9th and final strike killing it. With a single technique that delivered 9 consecutive attacks, each more powerful than the last, Yuan managed to defeat a magical beast 10 realms above his own cultivation with relative ease. Chapter 1545, Leaving Vanishing Valley. Chapter 1545, Leaving Vanishing Valley. 1545, Leaving Vanishing Valley Ding. Defying logic with overwhelming strength. All damage dealt to magical beasts will be increased by 1,000%. Yuan looked at number 1 under heaven after defeating the magical beast with ease. The difference between its unawakened form and awakened form is night and day. Their strength is simply incomparable. I haven't felt this powerful since heaven's supremacy. He muttered to himself. You think it is powerful right now? Just wait until you can use its full potential. This isn't even 10% of its true power. Zi Xuan said. Not even 10%? Yuning swallowed nervously. This was her first time witnessing anyone fight and defeat a magical beast 10 realms above their own cultivation. Yet, Yuan managed to do it with relative ease, leaving her in awe of his godlike prowess. Since I'm already here, I might as well test out number 1 under heaven a little more, Yuan said before going to find his next target. Sometime later, he encountered a divine, grandmaster-level magical beast with a body that was several times larger than an adult elephant. After halting its movements with a mortal monarch's dominion, Yuan activated number 1 under Heaven's third unique ability. Then, as though it was a balloon, number 1 under Heaven began growing in size until it was 150 meters long. Since number 1 under Heaven was too large to hold, Yuan used Qi manifestation to wield it, levitating it in the air. However, despite its increased size, its weight remained the same, but that didn't remain the same for long, as Yuan increased its weight until it was as heavy as a mountain of steel. Then he swung at the magical beast, cleaving its large body cleanly in half. After killing the magical beast, Yuan reverted the sword size but kept its weight the same. However, it still felt as light as a feather in his hand, as if the sword's increased weight didn't affect him. Sometime later, Yuan found a magical beast only at the level of a spirit sovereign. Without using Immortal Monarch's dominion on it, he struck its body with number 1 under Heaven without killing it and only injuring it with a superficial wound. After inflicting the injury, Yuan could feel number 1 under Heaven absorbing the magical beast's spiritual energy through the wound before replenishing his cultivation with the spiritual energy it absorbed. It's absorbing much more than ID anticipated. Number 1 under Heaven was absorbing enough spiritual energy to completely deplete a Spirit King's cultivation base within seconds, causing them to suffer from cultivation deprivation. Just how many unique abilities does your sword have? Yining couldn't help but ask. A typical treasure would only have 1 unique ability, with the higher quality ones having 2. Even the most powerful celestial-grade treasures in the world would not have more than 3 unique abilities. Number 1 under Heaven has 9 unique abilities. Zi Xuan responded in a prideful tone. 9! Yining was shocked to learn this information, and it will learn more as it continues to evolve. Number 1 under Heaven is a unique treasure that does not have a limit. It's truly a weapon with unlimited potential. Is it a natural weapon, or was it crafted by someone? Yining asked out of curiosity. It was crafted by none other than the person you are dwelling within, who was once known as the god of refinement. Both his reputation and skill surpasses even the god of creation. That was in the past, in one of my past lives. Yuan calmly said. Huh? How many past lives do you have? Yining was baffled to learn that he had more than 1 incredible incarnation. I don't know the exact number. Do you, Zi Xuan? Yuan turned to her. You rarely talked about your past, so no. However, while I don't know much about the lives before Tian Qiyuan, I know he had reincarnated 3 more times afterward, not including your current one. They are Tian Xan, Tian Kai, and Tian Ingzha. Tian Xan, that's the Sword Emperor and the Lord. Tian Kai is the one who taught the Zither Goddess. Who is Tian Ingzha? Yuan only recognized 2 of the 3 names provided by Zi Xuan. Tian Xian was the identity of the Nameless Emperor, also known as the Sword Emperor. Tian Kai excelled in music and also taught the Zither Goddess. However, he didn't recognize Tian Ingzha at all. He could be the Celestial Overlord's founder or a brand new identity that I have not discovered yet. What do you know about Tian Ingzha? Sorry, but I don't remember anything besides his name. I have more memories missing besides the moment before I lost consciousness and appeared in the Vanishing Valley. However, I think I will remember everything soon since I've been regaining bits and pieces of my memories about 2 decades ago. Zi Xuan said, It's fine. We can learn a lot with just a name. Once he was satisfied with his testing, Yuan flew without stopping until he left the Vanishing Valley with Zi Xuan's help, as his divine sense was not strong enough to see through the natural illusion that prevented people from leaving the place. It feels great to leave that place finally. I was beginning to wonder if I would ever leave. Zi Xuan sighed once they were outside Vanishing Valley. I'm just glad I don't have to deal with the Black Death anymore. That thing was a menace. That thing? You can damage it with Supreme Sword Aura, Zi Xuan suddenly revealed. I just learned Enhanced Sword Aura. It'll be a while before I learned Supreme Sword Aura. You can also damage it with number 1 under Heaven, Once you unlock its unique ability that allows you to cut through anything, including Black Death. However, you'll have to reach Spirit Enlightenment to unlock it. Spirit Enlightenment, huh? Good to know. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1546, Returning to the Third Heaven. Chapter 1546, Returning to the Third Heaven. 1546, Returning to the Third Heaven. After leaving Vanishing Valley, Zi Xuan asked him, "What do you plan on doing now?" "I'm going to descend to the third heaven for a while." "What's happening down there?" "Nothing. I'm just meeting up with a friend." "Is that so?" "Anyway, I'm going to slumber for a bit, as I haven't been able to relax at home for countless years now. Don't bring me out unless you're in danger." "All right, get some good rest, Zi Xuan," Yuan said before putting her away. Even in its suppressed form, Number 1 under heaven was incredibly overpowered and definitely not necessary for the fourth heaven, let alone the third heaven. "Welcome back, my liege." Dong Ye's voice suddenly resounded. "It appears that you've reunited with Lady Zi and managed to awaken your sword's true appearance. Did you know Zi Xuan was in the Vanishing Valley this whole time?" Yuan suddenly asked. "No, my liege. I was only aware that a powerful sword spirit existed within the Vanishing Valley. Although I had my suspicions, I could never confirm it." Yuan nodded. "Anyway, I'm going to make a quick trip to the third heaven. Watch over my friends while I am gone." Naturally, Yuan made his way back to the Black Fog City for their teleportation device. From there, he teleported to the city closest to the stairway to heaven. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the stairway to heaven. Instead of immediately entering the stairway to heaven, Yuan admired it from outside. Stairway to heaven. He vaguely recalled crafting the stairway to heaven as Tian Qiyuan to make traveling between the 9 heavens more convenient. Before the stairway to heaven came into existence, cultivators had to traverse the vast starry sky to travel between realms, rendering the notion of journeying from one heaven to another much less accessible. Each journey, depending on one's starting point and destination, could take years, if not decades. The arduous and perilous voyages deterred many, making travel between heavens a rare and significant endeavor reserved for the powerful and privileged. Realizing this, Tian Qiyuan crafted the stairway to heaven, allowing everyone the privilege of traversing the 9 heavens. In the beginning, the stairway to heaven was only used as a means of travel. However, nowadays, it has become a trial of sorts for those in the lower heavens who wish for a better and more challenging life in the upper heavens. Those who successfully ascend are often regarded with great respect and seen as worthy of the higher realm's opportunities and challenges. As for who decided to turn the stairway to heaven into a trial, it was the celestial emperor who wanted to regulate travel within the 9 heavens so the upper heavens were not overpopulated, allowing the natural resources there to remain abundant. As for the lower heavens, while they may have fewer resources, they don't have to worry about any immortals wreaking havoc. Tian Qiyuan had no problem letting the celestial emperor control the stairway to heaven, either. It was only natural to let the ruler of 9 heavens have authority over such issues, and not doing so might spark another war. Even if he handed control over to the celestial emperor, he was still the ultimate decision-maker as its creator, and he could regain full control whenever he wanted. Furthermore, he saw this as an opportunity to turn the stairway to heaven into a training ground for his future reincarnations. Yuan entered the stairway to heaven after admiring his own creation for a minute. "Welcome back, Master." Tianer greeted him inside. "Are you already ascending to the 5th heaven?" "No, I'm going to visit the 3rd heaven." "I understand. Please have a safe journey." Tianer didn't ask any questions and created a staircase that went down instead of going up like usual. "Thank you." Yuan didn't say anything else and began his descent. Typically, after receiving approval, one must pay the lord of their respective heaven a significant amount of resources before they can descend. The only exception is for those traveling under the orders of the Celestial Emperor, such as the envoys sent to the lower heavens to find Yuan. Moreover, one would have their cultivation restricted to the limits of their destination to control the damage that could be done while there. Fortunately, Yuan's cultivation was still well within the limits of third heaven, so he didn't need to worry about his cultivation being a problem. An hour later, Yuan emerged from the stairway to heaven, arriving at the third heaven. He'll be right back. Yuan logged off shortly after to contact Lianhua. Since Yu Ning dwelled within Yuan's Dantian, she was unable to travel to Earth and was forced to enter a slumbering state after he logged off. The same went for Xiaohua. Yes, I've arrived in the third heaven. Meet me at the nearest myriad of techniques. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. Yuan returned to cultivation online the next moment. Looks like I'm unable to go to Earth with you while I am in your Dantian. I guess it makes sense since I technically have two bodies, and you're in my other Bodis Dantian. Meanwhile, soul weapons are connected to one's soul, so I can bring it out no matter which body I'm using. The Spirit Avatar Array and the Soul Transference Array, They were classified as level 8 formations during my time, but even I cannot perform them despite being a level 8 Array Master, so they're definitely level 9 formations. I cannot imagine how powerful the Array Master who performed these two formations on such a massive scale may be, but they're definitely powerful enough to be the God of Formations. The God of Formations, What does it take to become one? Well, while the position of God of Formation existed during my time, nobody was actually good enough to claim that title. To even have the chance to be the God of Formation, you need to be able to create a level 9 formation that was considered the most complex and difficult formation in existence, the Chaotic Heaven and Earth Formation. It's an unfathomably powerful formation that has flawless offensive and defensive capabilities. The Chaotic Heaven and Earth Formation. I have heard of it. It was used by the first Celestial Emperor when I fought him as the evil god, and it was very annoying to deal with. Yuan casually muttered, Excuse me? What did you just say? That I fought the first Celestial Emperor as the evil god? Oh, right. I didn't tell you guys yet. Why you were the evil god in one of your previous lives? Why didn't you say this sooner? Yu Ning exclaimed in a shocked voice. Well, now you know. Yuan smiled. Yu Ning fell silent the next moment, almost as though she was trying to figure out how she should react to this shocking revelation. Yuan made it all the way to the myriad of techniques in complete silence. Lianhua was standing outside when he arrived. Sorry, did you wait long? Lianhua shook her head and smiled. No, I just got here myself. Let's go inside. Once inside, Yuan brought her straight to the highest floor and said, All right, go pick whatever techniques you want. Are you sure about this? She asked, still hesitant to accept such a gift from him. What are you saying now? Go and get some techniques for your faction. Also, you can take your time. I'll also be looking around. Okay. Lianhua left the next moment to wander the place while Yuan also went to check out the techniques. While he doesn't need any for himself, he figured that he might as well acquire a few for his faction. Yet, even after looking through the entire floor, Yuan was unable to find any decent techniques. Although most people would consider the techniques at myriad of techniques above standard, they were merely SOSO in Yuan's eyes. Suddenly, a voice resounded inside his head. I see that you've returned from the Vanishing Valley in one piece, Yuan. I'm relieved. Anyway, can I have a moment of your time right now? I have some urgent information for you. Senior Bei's voice resounded. He'll be right there. Yuan went to find Lianhua to let her know that he'd be gone for a bit before going to Senior Bei's world. What's wrong, Senior Bei? Yuan asked after meeting up with him. This is about the escaped immortals. Do you remember the third immortal who managed to escape into the lower heavens? Well, we found the immortal in the fourth heaven, where you currently are. The fourth heaven? So what's going to happen now? There are already experts chasing after this immortal, but their hands are somewhat tied because they don't want to cause too much damage in the fourth heaven. This escaped immortal, do they have their full cultivation? Yuan asked. No, their cultivation will be suppressed because of the heavenly law. However, They won't be fully suppressed, so this immortal is still strong enough to wreak havoc within the fourth heaven. Yuan began pondering. Since this immortal has their cultivation restricted, he might be able to finish the task that required him to defeat a cultivator 9 realms above his own. If I happen to run into this immortal, I can kill them, right? He asked. Senior Bai was left speechless by his question. You actually want to fight the immortal? That's reckless, suicidal. I gave you that treasure to detect the immortal's presence, not because I wanted to fight them, but to run away and call for backup instead. I know, but if the immortal is weak enough, I might be able to catch them off guard and kill it in one go. Yuan responded calmly, despite talking about fighting an immortal. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.